exhibition space located in the room next to us. Maybe you have seen it already. The exhibition is available during the entire day, and it offers interactivity with example of best practices and innovative solutions within cancer healthcare. Everything, of course, related to today's main topics. And I just want you to look where the emergency exits are, so you know where to go if something happens. We have a long, interesting and hopefully inspiring day ahead of us. And in order to keep the timetable, we will have to be very, very disciplined. So let's start this conference with our keynote speakers that will stress the importance of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, aiming to save millions of lives and ensure equal and high-quality healthcare for cancer patients. So I'd like to welcome Sweden's Minister for Healthcare, Ms. Acko Ankarberg Johansson. Good morning to you. Maybe we can, yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning to you. And I think you must be very pleased because this conference is one of the first ones.
Yes, and I'm so happy to see so many of you here.
Okay.
That's a good start. Dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests. Allow me to also welcome you to Sweden, Stockholm, and the conference, Equity, Excellence and Innovation, Modern Cancer Care for All. As Minister of Healthcare, I'm very happy that a conference on cancer is one of the first conferences hosted during the Swedish presidency in the Council of the European Union. I'm also honored to be able to do so together with my dear colleague, Commissioner Stella Kyriakides, and the Commission, which plays an important role in the continuous work towards ensuring high quality and modern cancer care across the EU. In 2020, it was estimated that about 4 million new cancer cases were diagnosed within the EU, and tragically, about 1.9 million persons passed away from the disease the same year. 1.9 million persons. These numbers clearly illustrate the importance of continued discussions concerning how we can ensure the best possible cancer care across the EU. As we continue this journey, it is also of utmost importance that we continue our efforts to ensure that cancer care is accessible and equal. Today, there are still great differences in cancer care, both within and across member states. In Sweden, for example, there are distinct differences in participation in our national screening programs between different societal groups. This cannot withstand, and targeted initiatives must be taken to eliminate these differences. One of the most important tools in the modernizing and quality ensuring of cancer care in the EU is Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Since its launch in 2021, the plan has offered a clear and ambitious direction for the further acceleration of cancer care within the EU. Taking on the entire disease pathway, Europe's Beating Cancer Plan has already led to the launch and adaptation of several important initiatives. One of the latest examples is, of course, the new and updated Council recommendation on cancer screening. Thanks to adoption of this recommendation, the EU now has a recommendation that is up to date with all great efforts and accomplishments that has been made within the field during the last 20 years. And the recommendation now also encompasses all of the most common types of cancer within the EU: breast, lung and colorectal cancer. Considering these important initiatives that stem from Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, I'm very glad that we have gathered here today, physically and remotely, to discuss the further implementation of this plan. Now a couple of words about the three main topics of today's conference: prevention, early detection, and data-driven cancer care. To a large extent, guaranteeing high-quality cancer care is about creating sustainability within the care system by focusing the right efforts in the right place. Focusing efforts on prevention, early detection, and making certain that we have the prerequisites needed to make the most out of health data. They are all keys to creating this type of sustainability. On the subject of prevention, it has been estimated that about 40% of cancer cases within the EU are preventable. Sweden is therefore proud to have offered cost-free vaccinations against HPV for girls since 2010 and since 2020 for boys. Thanks to these efforts, we might be on our way to successfully eliminating cervix and other HPV-related cancers. As it has time and time again been proven that early detection distinctly increases the chances of good prognosis, Sweden is also very proud to offer cost-free cancer screening for breast, cervical and colorectal cancer. During the final session of the day, we will be speaking about data-driven cancer care with the proposal of the European Health Data Space in the EU. We have set out a clear direction for better use and exchange of data. On this subject, Sweden is proud to have a long tradition of collecting and using data to accelerate the development of new treatments and methods of diagnosis. One example of the achievements based on these efforts is that children with cancer in Sweden are today offered whole genome sequencing, which leads quicker and more precise diagnosis, as well as easier identifying the most efficient treatment. And I strongly believe and hope that today will hold many of the important discussions that must be held to ensure equal and high quality cancer care across the EU. So welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this speech, and again, welcome to all of you. Our next speaker is probably known to most of you. I would like to welcome you as well, EU Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, Ms. Stella Kyriakides. And I know you want this table. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Minister Ankarberg Johansson, Minister Darius, Dr. Costa, distinguished guests, colleagues, and may I say friends. Well, today marks the 4th year of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, and it is bringing us together for World Cancer Day. And I'm very, very happy to be able to have this annual event here in Stockholm together with the Swedish Presidency. Nearly 6 decades ago, Martin Luther King called our injustice in health as the most shocking and inhuman of all inequalities. And I believe that we couldn't agree more. And this is why we're here today with Minister Ankarberg Johansson to combine our voices and shine a light on the importance of ensuring equity in access to cancer care. Overcoming cancer inequalities in the EU is going to be very challenging. But I believe that if we identify and understand where the disparities lie, our chances to succeed are far greater. With Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, we have committed to making a true difference for cancer patients and their families, for all European citizens. But this can only be achieved by addressing the unacceptable gaps we see within the EU today. We should not forget that our first ever cancer plan for Europe was presented in the middle of the worst public health crisis in modern times, which had a very significant negative impact on both cancer prevention and cancer care. And this made the urgency to act even greater. For President von der Leyen, for myself, for many of us, this plan is indeed personal. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan is a key pillar of our European Health Union, a union that will render us better prepared and more resilient to future health crises, but also more able to deliver on the top public health challenges that citizens expect Europe to act on. In 2 years, the cancer plan has gone from a blueprint to concrete actions, delivering actively on its many priorities and flagship initiatives, backed by what I would say is unprecedented financial investment. One of our flagships is the first ever European Cancer Inequalities Registry. It reflects the plan's ambition to understand, address, and most importantly, reduce cancer inequalities between member states and to better target investments at EU and national level. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, dear friends, I'm very pleased that we are here today and after 2 years of work are able to launch the first set of country cancer profiles. And if you would allow me to take this opportunity, I want to thank the dedicated team that has been working on this and on the cancer plan at DG Sante, led by Director John Ryan. They work quietly, but for the last 3 years, what we have seen and what we are delivering is evidence of their professionalism and level of dedication. And on behalf of us all, I thank them. Now, I would like to take a moment to highlight some of their key findings. There is no doubt that cancer is one of the major health challenges of our times. It is the second most frequent cause of death, accounting for 1 in 4 lives lost in the EU. Across all member states, lung cancer remains by far the most common cause of death from cancer. But what is even more worrying is the twofold difference in cancer mortality across the EU. In fact, between and even within countries, mortality rates, risk factors, and access to care vary hugely, depending on socioeconomic status, gender, or age. People with lower education levels and lower incomes are the most affected, and access to care is more limited in remote areas. In a European Health Union that seeks to protect everyone, such inequalities are unacceptable. As an example, screening is key to improve early detection. However, we will see that coverage for breast cancer screening differs widely from 6 to 90% and from 25 to 80% for cervical cancer. These inequalities need to be addressed. For the first time in 20 years, as the Minister has already said, we have new modern and science-based recommendations for cancer screening at EU level. I will not go into the details. The Minister has already said that we have expanded this from 3 into 6 cancer types, and this makes up over half of the cancer cases and deaths that we have in the EU every year. But this means that we have a real chance to make a difference across the EU. But to make this difference, implementation is key. And for that, we will be closely monitoring. Dear friends, over the coming year, we will be continuing to deliver on the ambitions of the cancer plan, with more than 30 tangible actions and initiatives already in the making. Amongst the key proposals, we have 2 important actions on prevention. And I wanted to mention these. After the summer, we'll be presenting a new recommendation on vaccine-preventable cancers, as well as measures to achieve smoke-free environments to help deliver our target of a tobacco-free generation by 2024. And I would also like to underline another important development in an area which is of key importance, and that is access to financial services. Inequality has many, many faces. With improvements in early detection and treatment and care, more and more Europeans are surviving cancer. And this is fantastic news. However, too often, after winning this battle with cancer, they find themselves fighting for their right to be forgotten. Their medical history can still be a barrier to accessing insurance and financial services, even after decades of remission. And this is simply not acceptable. We want to change this. And this is why for the first time we have brought this at EU level through the Cancer Plan, and we'll be working with business on a code of conduct to ensure that the remarkable medical progress made over the years is fully acknowledged. Some member states are already incorporating the right to be forgotten into their national legislations, and most importantly, new EU rules on consumer credits that we expect to be adopted very shortly will take the same approach, taking one more step against inequality in this area evenly and across the EU. Global cooperation in tackling cancer is key, and we're at the start of discussions on cooperation with the US Cancer Moonshot Plan. And I want to thank Dr. Costa, and again, John Rand and all the team for working towards this. Because I firmly believe by working together, and we need to work together, in the area of cancer, we need to do this at a global level. And we are now in the process of setting up an EU-US Cancer Health Task Force. And these discussions are not going to only impact on patients and families in the EU and US, but worldwide. So in ending, dear friends, I wanted to share with you that as a European Commission and as a Swedish presidency, we felt that it was extremely important that personal testimonies were also prominent at our event today, because those are the voices of those affected by cancer. Those are the voices that break the silence, and this is all about empowerment. And this is about giving the voice to those whose lives have been touched by the disease. And in a moment, 2 people will be sharing their inspiring stories with us. And later on, the Sea of Change Choir, gathering those who have been through cancer and their families and friends, will be singing for us. They know how overwhelming this diagnosis, as many of us do, can be. But there's also, they bring great sense of hope for the future. And they have brightened our annual cancer events from the very beginning. So I just want to say that for all the people in the EU, we all are working together so that they have the same opportunities to prevent, to be treated, and to survive cancer. And this is why we're all here today. And this is solidarity in action. This is the basis that underpins our European Union. And this is underpinning all our work so that together we can all make a difference. And I want to thank all of you who are part of this journey to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it seems that the key word today is collaboration, global collaboration. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kyriakides. Yes, we have a speaker that is with us, I know, because I can see him. You can't see him yet. He's joining us virtually from Geneva. And I would like to welcome Dr. Hans Kluge, Regional Director for Europe at World Health Organization, WHO, of course a close partner to the EU and to the Beating Cancer Plan. Please, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Dear Minister Johansson, my dear friend Commissioner Stella Kyriakides, colleagues, I apologize for not being there in person. Indeed, I'm in Geneva at the WHO Executive Board, but I'm tremendously appreciative that the opportunity is there to join you virtually on this very, very important event. We are currently living through a perma-crisis, meaning an extended period of instability resulting from a series of catastrophic events. Different emergencies are preventing us from reaching goals on health and development that we had hoped to achieve. These times call for what I call a dual-track approach to health, one that prepares for and responds better to mounting crises, while sustaining and strengthening essential services like cancer screening and control. To rephrase it a bit, we continue responding to COVID-19 and preparing for the next emergency while making up for lost time and channeling increased resources and attention towards priority essential issues, including cancer. Indeed, we have seen cancer screening and care significantly compromised in the past 3 years, with damaging outcomes across the pan-European region, adding to an already heavy burden of illness even before the pandemic. So we must draw lessons from the past 3 years. And I'll give you one example of how a challenge can be turned into an opportunity. Against all odds, Sweden, during the pandemic, achieved an increase in screening coverage for cervical cancer through self-sampling for HPV. As we refocus our attention, we must recognize that cancer care is too focused on new drugs and devices, when instead it should ensure access to tools and solutions. Across the region, as the Commissioner was telling, there is a lot of inequalities. Rates of early diagnosis, survival and research funding varies drastically, with the greatest divides in Central and Eastern Europe, where our main focus lies. Inequities in access to care and disparities in outcomes, both within country and across countries, are a threat to societies, a threat to economic progress, social stability, and pandemic recovery. Despite knowing that patient-centered care begins with understanding patients, we still have to listen more to them on how to assist with navigating their illness. What is certain is that there will be no meaningful improvements in cancer outcomes without strengthening our systems, expanding universal health coverage, and addressing the social determinants of cancer. In a similar manner, inequality will continue to grow if we fail to address those disparities. But we can and need to do more of what we know is working, and there are many positive developments. 2022 saw the Childhood Cancer Inequality Report, the first of its kind, documenting inequality within and between countries. We have joined forces with the European Commission to understand what young cancer survivors experience. We then support research pertinent to the needs, with the findings feeding into a conference in 2 weeks in Brussels. We are launching a new regional WHO Global Breast Cancer Implementation Framework to strengthen early detection and management. Member states in the region have already adopted a roadmap to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer, because no woman should die of this preventable disease. As a region, if we work together, we could lead globally in the first elimination in the world of a type of cancer. On that positive note, my very sincere thanks to the Swedish presidency for driving innovation and leading by example by putting cancer ever higher on the political and policy agenda. By doing so, you have emphasized an area that is of utmost importance to WHO in the European region and the millions of people who suffer. Thank you. Tack så mycket.
Tack. Tack så mycket to you, Dr. Kluge. Thank you for joining us. I wish you a nice day, even though you're not here. And I hope you will follow us, by broadcast. Goodbye. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is also absent from this conference, but he has sent us a recorded message from the United States. Let's listen to Dr. Douglas Lowy, Principal Deputy Director at the National Cancer Institute, and he will be talking about the similar challenges on cancer in his country as well as in Sweden. Let's listen to him.
Hello. I'm Dr. Doug Lowy, the Principal Deputy Director of the U.S. National Cancer Institute. As you know, our Secretary of Health and Human Services Xavier Becerra, and NCI Director, Dr. Monica Bertagnoli, were unable to participate in this meeting. I know that they would have liked to join you, and it is my great honor to represent them via this pre-recorded video. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I wish I could be there in person. Last fall, I had the privilege of participating when Commissioner Stella Kyriakides and Dr. Alberto Costa and several of their colleagues visited the campus at the National Institutes of Health. Our discussions during that visit were both collegial and useful. They indicated the many ways in which the challenges of the EU and the United States with regard to cancer are very similar. And they began a conversation that is ongoing about how we might cooperate and collaborate. I'm very impressed by the wisdom and value of the EU Beating Cancer Plan. And as you may know, part of President Biden's vision for ending cancer as we know it is to set a goal of reducing the cancer death rate in the United States by at least 1/2 within the next 25 years. This is a bold, but we think feasible and achievable objective. But it will require developing new ways to prevent and treat cancer, as well as expanding the use of those strategies we already know are effective, from tobacco control efforts to improving access to effective cancer screening. A major challenge that we recognize is to eliminate cancer disparities and improve health equities. While tremendous advances have been made against cancer, we know that these advances have not been equitably delivered to all people elsewhere. And in terms of trying to end cancer as we know it, we know that research advances and improvement in outcomes have not been realized across all cancer types, and this requires more research. For example, in the area of pancreatic cancer, so that patients who develop this cancer can have a better outlook. Before finishing, I want to turn to the area of data sharing. This is a major opportunity for us to work separately and in collaboration. NCI is supporting a variety of efforts to build a robust cancer data ecosystem that can be leveraged to more efficiently answer important scientific questions and speed progress in prevention, treatment, and cancer survivorship. But maximizing the use and utility of cancer data, while at the same time protecting privacy and honoring the preferences of those who are donating their data, is of course a complex task, made all the more so when we aim to do so between nations. But these are challenges we must try to overcome. The potential benefits in terms of meaningful improvements in cancer care and outcomes are too great to ignore or delay. On behalf of my colleagues here in the US, let me thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you and to convey our enthusiastic support for your Beating Cancer Plan and for our continued collaboration with you. I wish you a positive and constructive meeting and look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Dr. Lowe, even though he wasn't here today. Now, last but not least, I would like to welcome the Spanish Minister of Health, Ms. Carolina Darias San Sebastian. You're welcome up to the stage. Your country will be taking over after Sweden's presidency. Yes, and I guess that you are following the Beating Cancer Plan very closely.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay, the stage is yours.
Minister, Commissioner, representative of member states, doctors, scientifics, authorities, good morning, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the invitation and the warm welcome to the Swedish Minister. Dear Akko, I am so proud of being here with you, supporting this high-level meeting, learning and sharing priorities in order to provide continuity to your work in the health area during our Council presidency that will be right after Sweden's. Cancer will be for sure one of these key topics that Spain will include, continuing all this work. As you know, more than 2.7 million people in the European Union are diagnosed with the disease, and another 1.3 million people lost their lives because of it. A public health issue like cancer demands a solid European response, and the Europa's Beating Cancer Plan is a key milestone to reinforce the European Health Union concept and more secure, better prepared and more resilient EU. Therefore, I would like to acknowledge the efforts and progress led by the European Commission. Thank you, dear Commission. Thank you so much for these significant improvements in key areas as screening or prevention. The cancer challenges demands constant attention, and Member States need to take advantage of this EU focus by developing national strategies aligned to the EU approach. Only this way, only this way, we will achieve a solid, powerful response. The Spanish cancer strategy was approved in 2021, following the EU cancer plan structure and objectives, including specific actions in areas included in this high-level meeting, as precision health, early detection, and health data. The Minister of Health and the Government of Spain are absolutely committed to these goals, which are reflected in the many actions we are taking to tackle these challenges on all fronts. Action like a new precision health plan for the national health system, which will enable progress in personalized precision medicine, improving resources in the national health system for genetic and genomic testing, and optimizing the selection and monitoring of treatments of oncology disease, among others. This plan adds to the plan to address advanced therapies, which has designated 29 centers to guarantee the access to type of medicine, some of them developed within our national health system, which is a milestone for the treatment of certain types of childhood leukemia in the public system. Prevention is key to combat cancer and increase quality of life. Initiatives as increasing screening are key to early detect cancer before symptoms appear. In stages, it may be easier to treat. Thus, we have included in Spain's national health system 2 population-based cancer screening programs, breast and colorectal, available in all the Spanish autonomous regions, and we are in the process of implementing population-based cervical screening throughout the country aligned to the EU recommendations. Building up comprehensive health data and information structure is essential to increase quality of life of cancer patients and survivors. Initiatives as the new European Cancer Imaging Initiative will reinforce national policies like the Spanish Digital Health Strategy, approved recently, where the construction of national space for health data is one of its key milestones. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that when we come together, it is possible to make unprecedented progress. Improving the life of more than 3 million cancer patients and survivors will only be possible on basis of the mutual cooperation and the defense of the EU values. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Daria San Sebastian. Yes. As we already heard and we will hear later on, there is a lot happening within cancer care, of course. New technology, new ways to discover cancer, new treatments. Much is done to prevent cancer and to give cancer patients the care needed. And as Commissioner Kyriakides underlined earlier, patient-centered healthcare is very important. It's an important part of the Beating Cancer Plan. And to include patient representatives, and to listen and learn from their experiences is, of course, of very great value. In a moment, as we heard, as the Commissioner said, we will have a few patient representatives to listen to their former patients, I have to say, and they will give us their testimonies in a moment. Before that, let me introduce you a person who is very much aware of the significance of involving patients in their treatment. And he has been mentioned before many times today already. Welcome, Mr. Doctor, I have to say, Alberto Costa, Special Advisor to the Commissioner Kyriakides. It's nice to see you.
Finally, after speaking at the phone and checking and testing.
Exactly, and you have really, you're a popular guy because so many persons have mentioned you already today.
Yeah, despite the fact that I'm not a minister, I'm not Swedish, I'm not a woman. I have a lot of limitations.
Yeah, that's worth an applause, I think, really. I have to say also that you are the director of the non-profit organization called Donna Europa.
Europa Donna.
Europa Donna, sorry, which is a breast cancer coalition throughout Europe.
I'm not the director, but I was there with the idea of founding, and it's already 25 years ago. And our commissioner was the president of Europa Donna.
Really? Okay.
Yes,
I think it's even more. It's almost 30 years ago.
It's almost 30 probably. Well, we don't mention the age.
Time flies.
Please.
Time flies. The stage is yours.
Time flies, but you gave me 3 minutes for a topic for a topic which requires 2 hours. So you will have to stop and flag. Is there any flagging thing? Yes, 9:40, so 3 minutes. Why it is so important and why I think it's impressive that in such a high-level political meeting you also give a floor to 2 patients. They are here, Anna and Mia, and to a doctor, because I have, of course, no political weight and chance to make change, but I can bring what I've learned actually in 40 years of daily contact with cancer patients, and having cancer patients in the family and having cancer patients in part of our existence, of every one of us. I think we have the session that is going to start is very important. I really ask you to listen carefully with attention. I was thinking that there are a number of messages that will come from the session. The first is certainly that there is no cancer knowledge without listening to the patient experience. Because the knowledge, the biological, the scientific knowledge, cannot bring to success without the life experience. And a lot has been changed and a lot has been obtained through what we call advocacy. You were mentioned Europa Donna. We also have Europa Uomo for the prostate cancer patient, the European Cancer Patient Coalition, the LUCE, the Lung Cancer Europe. This is relatively new for Europe, the concept of patients asserting their needs when I started, of course, okay, I'm very old, but when I started, the patient had to shut up. The doctor say, you do this, you will do it or you will die. Finito. And it's not true, because a number of medical decisions have different options. And in the option, the patient has to say what she or he wants. The second lesson coming from this session, you see from the names, we have a person coming from Romania and a person coming from Sweden. So this is Europe. Cancer and oncology and science is not only at the Karolinska, of course, in Amsterdam, in Berlin. This knowledge is in Bucharest, in Sofia, in Zagreb. We will listen later, the first incredible screening program for lung cancer, in Croatia. So think in European terms. Think of Europe, not the old group. And the final is, I think, that Anna Mariutei is representing young patients, so stop with the story that cancer is a story of the elderly. It is a disease of the people getting old. It's not true, so that's the other message. And the message from lung, from Mia Rayalin, is that lung is not, it was considered one of the worst. So sorry, Mia, to say this, but 20 years ago you would not even think. And it's exactly finito. So who is the first? Anna, maybe? You do it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You really are making my job easier, you know. Actually, I didn't even have to come up to the stage. And I also want to tell you that Mr. Dr. Costa will be back later on this morning. Yeah, no, then you will have 10 minutes, as we agreed on. Okay, yes. So let's welcome one of our first persons here, testimonial, Anna, Amariutei. Please come up to the stage. Originally from Romania and currently undertaking your PhD in sensory neuroscience and gene therapy in the UK. And you are here today representing Youth Cancer Europe. Tell us about your experience.
First of all, thank you very much for the introduction. Dear European Commissioner, dear Ministers of Health, and dear audience. It is an honor for me to represent Youth Cancer Europe here today. At the same time, I have to confess that I'm a little bit reticent in allowing myself to be vulnerable today and sharing my story with you. This is because, similar to other cancer survivors, cancer taught me that I cannot and should not show vulnerability. I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a form of cancer, when I was still in school, and it took 1 full year to receive the diagnosis and another 2 years to completely finish my treatment. I received medical care mainly in Romania, but I also had tests done in Western Europe during my treatment. Even though I was young, I noticed the discrepancies. I spotted that the devices used in the hospitals were inflicting less pain than the devices we had back home in Romania. The stories shared within the Youth Cancer Europe community of survivors are similar to mine. They point towards late detection and late diagnosis, little or sometimes no access to modern treatment, especially if the patient is from a minority group or comes from a low-income country. They point out towards not receiving age-appropriate care, patients that are unable to participate in clinical trial, or they have little or no access to fertility preservation, let alone adequate information on how cancer treatment might leave them unable to reproduce and start a family, and with no help with assisted reproduction therapies. Upon finishing my treatment, as any other cancer survivor, I wanted to run away from the past. But the reality is that most of us cannot do this. This is dictated by our desire to change the outcomes for the patients that are currently experiencing the same struggles. And it is also because of the late effects that we often experience on a daily basis. Our reality includes, but it is not limited to, mental health problems, fertility impairment, in some cases, a secondary cancer diagnosis, and as it was already mentioned, financial discrimination. Because of our desire to make a change, learn and grow, belong to a community, wanting to gain control over cancer in our lives, advocate, raise awareness, and rise above our cancer diagnosis, the European Network of Youth Cancer Survivors was born. This EU co-funded project is driven by our experience, knowledge, kindness, vulnerability, and openness. These are potent, and we use them to help deliver on Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. We do this together with you. In times when Ukrainian members of our community fight two wars simultaneously, in a time when the primary task of the Swedish Presidency and the European Commission is to provide a sense of unity and security by ensuring appropriate access to medical care to every single cancer patient in Europe, regardless of their gender, race, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, place of birth or residency, religious or spiritual beliefs, we are here to help you eliminate the inequalities, boost excellence, and support innovation. We stand here because of you, and we are ready to work passionately by your side on delivering and putting into practice the actions of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. In the name of the patients and survivors community, I would like to thank you for the changes you make and are planning to make for cancer patients and survivors in Europe. We owe these changes to our loved ones and the cancer patients who are no longer with us and for whom we were too late to make a transformation, but most of all, to all those 2.7 million Europeans who are diagnosed each year with cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience, and nice to have you here, Anna. Anna Mariutse, yeah, I learned your name now. Thank you. We have another person to welcome now. Yes, here you are. Welcome. Warm welcome to you, Mia Rajalin, as I've been told to pronounce your name. Please give her an applause as well. You're a licensed psychologist. You have a PhD, of course. Currently director of studies in Stockholm County Council. You're also a member. There are so many titles. Just take it easy. She's going to talk in a while. You're also a member of the board in the Swedish Lung Cancer Association and project member of something called Zero Vision Cancer Innovation Milieu. Yes. And I think you're about to share a bit of your story. I know that you're a little bit tired of sharing it, but you're going to do it. And I want to add as well that the pictures that you are going to show us, the people that we are going to see, have given their permission to show them today.
Yes.
Here. Yes, please, Mia.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here today and letting me speak in front of you. And thanks for the invitation, of course. I'm honored to be here. Being diagnosed with lung cancer in 2017, I'm sure you all understand that I've been given excellent care and that I'm also very grateful to be able to be here. But that's not the story that I'm going to tell today. But today I want to show you what lung cancer patients look like today. This is Lina. She was diagnosed with lung cancer stage 4 at 32. And this is Linda, diagnosed this summer at 33. Malin was diagnosed at 23 after many visits at her GP's office without getting proper help. Fredrik left us this November, and he was diagnosed when he was 35, just after he had run a marathon. The young mother of 2, Jeannie, is a new lung cancer friend in the UK, and these are her friends Rhiannon and Alex, both passed away this January. This is my friend Jan, who was diagnosed after having 33 visits in healthcare before she got the diagnosis late one night at the emergency room all alone. And this is actually me, the very summer that I was starting to notice that something was off in my body. My running performance did not improve though really hard training. And when I had to visit the healthcare 14 times before I got the X-ray I so much asked for. And even then, at that last visit, the GP told me that I couldn't have lung cancer since I had never smoked. Lung cancer patients are younger, healthy, working and physically active people, even in stage 4. And furthermore, we are more often women nowadays and never smokers. We will never be eligible for lung cancer screening as the criteria is formed right now. And I want you to think a little bit about that. How can we solve this? Everybody knows that smoking can cause lung cancer, but not everybody knows that anybody could get lung cancer, and this is what needs emphasizing now. In Sweden, smoking started to decrease in the late 80s and is now down to 6% in the population. 70% of young men under 40 with lung cancer are never smokers, and the figure for women is 51. In the whole population of women with adenocarcinoma, the never smoking amount is 20%. And the majority of these patients go to primary care because they notice something is off. Of course, most of them do not suspect lung cancer. And they come with common symptoms like cough, tiredness, pain, shortness of breath. Jan and I wrote a debate article in 2019 where we demanded more funding for primary care research, implementation of AI in medical records, adjustment of guidelines to include never smokers and the symptoms that lung cancer patients experience in earlier stages, to make it easier for GPs to think and test in that direction. Journalists and healthcare professionals were supportive, but little has changed, and Jan has since passed. So listen to the change in health described by the patient, no matter smoking status. You need to test the patient. Testing, testing, testing. No sending home with just to wait and see. So to our help, we need to start using cancer risk assessment tools. In the UK, there are electronic symptom-based risk tools for different cancers. And these tools are developed on patients in primary care research. They will search the patient's medical record for test results and symptoms and estimate their risk for cancer, giving the GP a risk percentage, which would be helpful to any GP. They are a complement and support to the GP's clinical decisions. So why don't we all get on this track? We can't afford to lose any more lives this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Thank you for this very strong message to the primary care, I think, first of all. Okay. Now we are about to meet a whole group of truly inspiring women. And, well, the commissioner has mentioned them already. Their name is actually the Sea of Change Choir from Ireland. Most of the 50 ladies in the choir have been through or are going through cancer. Here, a few words first. They are not here today, but they have sent us a message. We will listen first to Dee Featherstone, the choir leader.
Hälsningar till alla som är på deltag i en konferens idag i Stockholm. Vi heter Sea of Change Choir och idag sjunger vi från våra President's Residence i Dublin. Vi är en cancerkår och det är den fjärde gången att vi har deltag i Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. Och vi hoppas att du njuter av our sjung idag. We are the Sea of Change Choir, Ireland's cancer choir, and today we come to you from our President's residence in Dublin. Once again, we are delighted to be part of Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, and we do hope you enjoy our song. We've been keeping busy the last year, and this year again we did our annual strip and dip where we've raised €1 million for childhood cancer. We do hope you enjoy our song today. Thank you very much.
I will fight for you, I always do until my heart is black and blue. And I will stay with you. We'll make it to the other side, like sisters do. I'll reach my hands out in the dark and wait for yours to interlock. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. 'Cause I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up, no, not yet. Even when I'm down to my last breath. Even when they say there's nothing left. So don't give up on. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up, no, not me. Even when nobody else believes. I'm not going down that easily. So don't give up on me. And I will I'll hold on to you, no matter what this world throws, won't shake me loose. I'll reach my hands out in the dark and wait for yours to interlock. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. 'Cause I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up, no, not yet. Even when I'm down to my last breath. Even when they say there's nothing left. So don't give up on. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up, no, not me. Even when nobody else believes. I'm not going down that easily. So don't give up on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I will fight for you. I always do until my heart is black and blue.
Yes, it's very touching, and every time I hear them, I really, I almost need a handkerchief. I see a lot of you are touched by this Sea of Change choir. Anna, you're about to introduce Professor Martling. Yeah, we are not used to use these titles here in Sweden. Anyway, Professor Martling, you are going to introduce the first block today, the first subject on prevention. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Nedra. And I must say, listening to Anna and Mia and listening to the choir, it's not hard to find motivation for sitting and being here today and for doing what we do in daily practice. And I can assure, as a surgeon and a scientist in the field, that we will never give up. Actually, we will keep on the fight in cancer. So First of all, I would say good morning, of course, and welcome to everyone. And as Nedra told you earlier, today I will be introducing you to the subject of each session today. As Professor of Surgery at Karolinska Institutet, where my main area is colorectal cancer and my expertise field, I'm very happy and, of course, very honored to have been asked to take part in today's conference. The first session today is titled A Comprehensive Approach to Cancer Prevention, Tackling Cancer Through Precision Healthcare. About 40% of all cancer cases in EU are preventable. Considering that an estimated of 2.7 million people were diagnosed with cancer within EU in 2020, that means that over 1 million people could have avoided a diagnosis in that year alone. This makes preventive actions more efficient than any cure, and one of the most important aspects of cancer care today. For preventive actions to be effective, they need to be based upon a holistic perspective. As stated in the European Beating Cancer Plan, public awareness needs to be raised regarding key risk factors such as smoking and obesity. Preventive measures also need to be equally accessible to all and adaptable to health determinants such as socioeconomic status and age. Today, we still see large gaps between different societal groups regarding, for example, awareness of risk factors. Within the field of prevention, efforts should also focus on complementing these types of initiatives with a broader use of personalized prevention. By also working with precision-based interventions based on individuals' personal risk for developing cancer based on factors such as genetics and lifestyles choices, we will be able to further reduce the incidence of cancer. Through the use of effective population-based preventive actions combined with precision health-based methods, there are great wins to be made. These will include many lives saved and also reduce impact on our healthcare system and economies. These resources saved could then be used to develop and make available effective treatment for those who need it most. Focusing efforts on prevention is thereby key to creating sustainability within cancer care. Through reducing the incidence of cancer, we also create the opportunities needed to ensure that we can offer the best possible treatment to those who are affected by the disease. With that, I have the privilege to introduce the first speaker of this session, Francesca Colombo, Head of Health Division at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Francesca Colombo will be speaking about the country reports that are an important aspect of the Inequality Registry, which constitutes flagship number 9 in the European Beating Cancer Plan. So please, Francesca, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm extremely delighted to be here, and it's difficult to come after so many eloquent speakers and also the lived experience, which is something obviously that touch all of us, those who have lived through cancer and those who have not. I'm delighted to be here today and to present some highlights from these cancer profiles that Commissioner Kyriakides has mentioned. Those are profiles which have been created for all the European countries plus two non-EU members, and they present really snapshots of what's the situation with cancer care, with early detections across the European countries. So I will start just by something which is a little bit of a boring slide, but is to give you a flavor of what is covered in these cancer profiles, and I will have to say that I'll not have the time to go into all of those areas. We, in the country profiles, which is the results of fantastic collaborations between the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development that I represent, and the European Commission, we have taken a structured approach to all the profiles, looking at cancer in the country, but also the risk factors to that, looking at early detections and then cancer care performance across different dimensions of accessibility, quality, cost and value for money, and COVID-19 and cancer, building resilience, so reflecting on what we heard about the delayed detections during and through COVID-19. So I will focus only on some of those, as I mentioned, but I would like to start by obviously mentioning what has been the key message of some of the keynotes that we have heard, that there are large inequalities, unacceptable inequalities, no matter what indicator you look at, you will find differences across countries, differences across different population groups. And much of this is actually something that we can do something on. We can act through policies at the different, throughout the pathway of cancer prevention and treatment. So I think that's my overarching messages, is that there are huge inequalities. I will show some of those, but we're also in a position in which all of us can do something to reduce those. They are simply unacceptable. Let me just start by giving some of the figures we have heard already. Some 2.6 million new cancer cases in 2020 were detected. I think it's a large number. What does it mean in practice if we translate it? What happened in every single moment we are here, we're speaking, I have a few minutes to speak. Well, we can know that one EU citizen is actually diagnosed with cancer every 20 seconds. It means 5 new cancer diagnoses every minute. That's very, very, very large number indeed. The most prevalent cancers, as we know, are lung, colorectal, and then 2 more gender-specific, prostate and breast cancer. Now, the incidence of cancer and the number has been rising over time. We know that cancer is not just an illness from old elderly people, but the aging of the population has contributed to the increase in the number of cancers within Europe and more broadly. And if we look at some of the projection or what is estimated for the future, for example, the JRC estimations predict that there will be more an increase in 18% by 2040 in terms of the number of cancers that will be diagnosed. Now, if we go to look at what happens when we have a diagnosis, well, there is, and I think it's important to mention some, at least good news. The cancer mortality rates have been decreased over time. So the number has been going out, but the mortality rates has been going down. And this graph shows all the European countries. It's the highlights on the EU 27 average as well as on Sweden. And we see the death per 100,000 populations at 2 points in time, 2011, which are the dots, and then the bars are 2019. And pretty much for all countries, with one exception, there has been a decrease. So I think that is good news. However, we have not seen largest decrease from the countries that started from the highest level. So it means that while there's been a decrease, the disparities across EU unions has a little bit going down, but not as much. So in a way, there's still countries with very large number of people dying from cancers where the improvements have not been large enough to reduce those disparities. And on the other hand, there are countries in which there's been little improvements over time. Obviously, I mean, Cyprus starts from a very, very good point, so it's very difficult to, in a way, improve. But quite clearly, there are things that can be done for reducing those inequalities across countries. So overall, some 1.2 million people died from cancers in the EU, so it's representing about 1 in 4 deaths. We have heard about that already. I think if we look at COVID-19 deaths, for example, just these are cumulative COVID-19 deaths, only those who were counted, we know there are problems with counting of COVID-19 deaths, but we have a number since the beginning of the pandemic of 1.1 million. So in a way, to put into perspective, cancer, it's something that needs to be addressed. We live through the tragedy of the COVID pandemic, but we should not forget the tragedy of the cancer, the number of people that die from cancer. I think, in Sweden, as we are here, it's quite remarkable. There's been quite significant decreases since 2011, and that's probably the results of many different comprehensive, more approach, ranging obviously from guidelines, from the further development of the cancer registries, the disease registries that Sweden is very famous for, but also a cancer pathway which is standardized and implemented throughout the country. Now, just again, looking at the inequalities, this is a graph that shows age standardized cancer mortality rates per 100 population by sex, so by gender. Not a surprise to you, but you will see that that the mortality from cancer is higher among men, some 75% higher mortality among men compared to women. To be fair, over time, it's not shown in this graph, but there's been more reduction in cancer mortality from men. So it's still, there's those significant differences, and we can see also that across countries, some are doing a little bit better in terms of reducing those inequalities by gender. So Sweden, for example, some of the Nordic countries, but also Cyprus and Malta are among those who have slightly reduced gender differences in cancer mortality. Now, another thing which I think it's you can look at is that if you take women, which are the dots at the bottom, the variations in mortality across women tends to be somewhat less than the variations in mortality across countries for men, which means that probably by further making progress in reducing mortality for men is where we can make some of the largest gain. A further slide, which I wanted to show you again on these issues of inequalities, this one look at age standardized cancer mortality rates by education level, but we have a similar picture if we look also by income level for both men on the left and for women on the right. Again, I mean, it's a first thing, huge differences across socioeconomic groups. In this case, the marker being education. Look at Czech Republic, for example, huge differences for male mortality. A little bit less when we look at women, but still quite significant ones. Again, for you to bear in mind, if we take the standardized mortality for those who are at a higher level of education, there is less variations across country. There is much more variation when we look at those with lower income, lower education level. So more gains that can be achieved by focusing really on those from socio-economic disadvantaged group, in this case, those with lower education. I have very little time, so I will not dive into that. I think what has been mentioned, lifestyle being particularly important. Just one slide I want to highlight for you is the smoking rates, 50% higher among the low income than higher income people in the EU countries. But look even at a country like Sweden, which has very low percentage of people smoking, the differences across income levels. So again, rates reiterating the fact that addressing those inequalities is probably where we can make the further gain. Now, for lack of time, I will skip on those. This is about alcohol consumption, again, and other risk factors where we can make a lot of progress. And I will conclude just with one remarks. Again, large inequalities in cancer mortality across countries. I think we can make a lot by targeting those who are particularly from low socioeconomic groups. The importance of modifiable risk factors for cancer, such as those linked to poor lifestyle, and the importance of for addressing that, having a comprehensive prevention approach. And in this slide, I show some examples of what I mean by comprehensive approach for addressing, for example, unhealthy consumption of alcohol and smoking. With that, I thank you very much. I invite you to go and look for your country at those profiles. And again, would like to thank the Commission for the fantastic collaborations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Francesca Colombo. And as you probably know by now, you will be back later when we have the panel discussion, so there will be follow-up questions. Thank you very much for this. We're going to continue with a very hands-on aspect on prevention. And I would like to welcome. Yes, just come, don't be shy. We have two persons here that will talk about a delicate aspect, I think. You're alone today? No. Oh, okay.
She'll come up after.
All right. Delicate aspect about legislation in public health information, and to be precise, it's about the Ireland's alcohol labeling law. And you are Miss Claire Gordon.
Yes.
Yes, manager at the Tobacco and Alcohol Control Unit at the Irish Health Department of Health or wherever. Yeah. And I hope that your colleague, Miss Siobhan McNamara, High Executive Officer at the same unit, is about to approach. Where is she?
She's here.
But come. What are you waiting for? It's nice to see you both. I've seen you virtually. I haven't seen you live. It's nice to hear you. And I know that you are going to share about your, shall I say, it's achievements, of course, but it's also a struggle.
It's a struggle.
It's a struggle. Yes.
Correct.
The stage is yours for 10 minutes.
Thank you. We'll make it fast. Thank you very much for this invitation. We're delighted to be here today. So, myself and Siobhan work in a government department in Ireland, and we make law related to risk factors for non-communicable diseases. Really, until about 10 years ago, it was about tobacco control, but then alcohol became recognised as a risk factor for NCDs across the board, and particularly cancer. And to say it's been a struggle to make the alcohol law would be an understatement, and I'm talking specifically about the alcohol industry and the global alcohol industry and that fight against, and it's not even the industry itself, but it's kind of proxies on behalf of that industry that essentially try to fudge the link, particularly between alcohol and cancer. So we're going to talk a bit about that and make it fast. So here's a super kind of scale of modifiable risk factors and the proportion of cancer that they cause in Ireland. And you can see alcohol is at number 4. And this list was very useful for me 2 days ago when I was having what could only be called a fight with a colleague in our trade department, because the law we're introducing, and Siobhan will talk about that, there's an argument that it's really about trade and that Ireland is attacking alcohol export-import because we don't manufacture and export a lot of alcohol. And the accusation is, or was, why are we not addressing the cancer risk associated with meat, with the kind of suggestion that we're not addressing meat because Ireland is a big exporter of meat. So luckily I had that table and I was able to say alcohol causes 3 times the amount of cancer that processed meat does in Ireland. So that's why we're going for alcohol first. So these are the proportions of the cancers in Ireland that come from alcohol consumption. I understand that everybody in this room knows that it is a scientific fact that there's a link between alcohol and cancer, but we've had to fight to say that that is true. And indeed, there's a famous incident where a representative from the alcohol industry was on a national television program with a doctor, and the representative from the industry said, "No, that's not true. Alcohol does not cause cancer." So the doctor said, and it's actually really funny, it's on YouTube, the doctor said, "No, that's not a matter of opinion. It's an actual scientific fact that there's a link between alcohol and cancer." So that was funny. So I suppose one of the things that we battle with in the law that we make is that there's an idea that it's cultural in Ireland to be a heavy drinker. So it's always been part of the culture. It's very difficult to get rid of that important element of the culture. But you can see here that that is not the case. The alcohol consumption exploded for two reasons. Marketing, clearly, in the early 2000s, but also the extraordinary availability of alcohol. So you can buy alcohol at a petrol station, at a convenience shop, at a supermarket, specialist alcohol shops, and obviously on license in pubs and restaurants. So for us, this is the evidence there, 5 litres in 1960, before the advertising and before the availability. And contrary to our international reputation, we were not a heavy drinking population. One of the odd silver linings of the pandemic for us was that pubs and restaurants were closed. So alcohol consumption did go down a little bit in that period, but who knows whether it'll come up. I'm guessing it will now that lockdown is over and that pubs are open again. So here we have some of the, I suppose, the real description of drinking in Ireland. So again, one of the myths that the alcohol industry likes to put forward is you don't need to make law because the majority of drinkers in Ireland are moderate drinkers, and essentially there's this kind of blame the drinker, blame the consumer. It's only the ones who can't control themselves that drink too much and get sick. Everybody else is fine. That's clearly not true. The majority of drinkers in Ireland drink above the guidelines. Here's some of the health harms. Certified deaths in Ireland are about 1,000, but that is a major understatement. There's a lot of very specific rules about whether you can certify a death that an alcohol was the original cause. So we have kind of officially certified 1,000, but the numbers are probably more like 2,500, which is maybe a small number for people from countries with a large population, but our adult population is about 4 million. So losing 2,000 people a year to preventable deaths is something that we're trying to stop. And they're back again to, I suppose, the alcohol and cancer. And for us, and Siobhan will talk more about it, part of what we're doing is just trying to get the message out that there's a link between alcohol and cancer. So our stats will tell you that about 20% of the population know of the link between alcohol and breast cancer. And then for other cancers, it's a lot lower. So that's part of what we're trying to do. So we're making law to try to change that situation. And that's the law we've made. And Siobhan will talk particularly about our labelling law and the reason, and you'll understand when she describes that law, why the alcohol industry do not want us to bring in that law.
Thank you. Hi. The Public Health Alcohol Act was enacted in 2018. This groundbreaking and historic piece of legislation was the first time that alcohol was addressed as a public health issue, and which also includes a suite of measures to address alcohol consumption in Ireland. Just to give a bit of background to it, alcohol was first included in a National Substance Misuse Strategy in 2009, and this led to the establishment of a steering group whose recommendations informed the policy objectives of the legislation. The Act contains a range of measures from advertising to sponsorship to the separation of alcohol products in retail shops and also financial mechanisms. And if I could, I'd like to talk specifically about minimum unit pricing, one of the financial measures. Minimum unit pricing sets a floor price beneath which alcohol products cannot be sold. This price is directly related to the alcohol strength of the product. The measure was intended to reduce consumption generally, but also to target the heavy drinkers who drink the strong, cheap alcohol. It will also raise alcohol product prices out of the pocket money range of our children, which is one of the main themes running through this legislation. Why warnings? Consumers have a right to know about the products that they buy, use or consume. For example, the European Union's Food Information to Consumer Regulation provides a high level of consumer information and protection, ensuring that they are not misled and supporting them to make informed choices about the food they eat. National surveys in Ireland show a strong support for putting warnings on alcohol products and for detailing alcohol-related harms. As it stands, alcohol products in Ireland contain no information or provide no warnings to potential consumers of these risks. The draft labelling regulations will ensure that Irish consumers can access relevant and important information about a product which we know has health risks at the point of purchase and consumption. We know that health warnings on tobacco are effective. We know they serve to make the product less attractive. We know that warning labels have been effective in countries that they've already been introduced. They serve to raise awareness. They prompt conversations. They influence purchase decisions, and ultimately they reduce consumption. Research commissioned by the Irish Government in 2016 shows support in Ireland for health warnings on alcohol products. Evidence has shown that text size and format is important to convey important health messages. As you can see, under the regulations, labels must contain 3 warnings. A general warning to inform the public of the danger of alcohol consumption, a warning to inform people of the danger of drinking when pregnant, and a warning to inform people of the direct link between alcohol and cancer. And this has been quite contentious. Based on the high cases of liver disease in Ireland, it was decided that in the regulations, a general warning would relate to liver disease. Why grams? We're now aware that the public doesn't always understand the definition of a standard drink. A standard drink varies from country to country. In future, Irish drinking guidelines will be presented in terms of grams. And this will actually allow consumers to track their overall alcohol intake. Calories. We've been asked why we have calories on the labels. We know that the consumption of alcohol contributes to weight gain and to diseases associated with obesity. The provision of calorific content in a drink will allow consumers again to make informed choices, and it's about empowering consumers. Okay, here you see what the label will look like. And actually, I'd just like to point out there's a typo there. It should actually be 60 millimetres by 30. We've used the learnings and evidence available in creating these labels. You'll notice that your attention is drawn to the colour. Obviously, the colour is associated with health warnings. The capital lettering, the contrasting colours in relation to the pregnancy warning. And generally having a border around this sort of information tells the consumer that it's important information. So this is basically what the label will look like on the alcohol product. So I'll move on. Where consumers do not have access to the labels if they're not physically holding a bottle of alcohol, the regulations ensure that the relevant information is available to all consumers. For example, if you're in a bar having a glass of wine, the warnings and the website must be displayed in a notice in the licensed premises, so you have access to the information that you need relative to the product that you're actually consuming. The same regulations apply if you're selling alcohol in a reusable container. For example, if you're delivering a barrel of beer to a pub, there must be a document containing this information handed over to the retailer. So we're currently working on the commencement and implementation of 2 provisions. The first provision is aimed at ensuring that alcohol advertisements are limited to factual information only about the product and do not link alcohol products with positive or healthy lifestyles or associate alcohol with social or sporting success. More importantly, it also provides for alcohol advertisements to include health warnings and the information website, including a warning to inform the public of the link between alcohol and fatal cancers. The second provision currently being progressed will introduce restrictions around the time that alcohol can be advertised on TV and radio. My colleague Claire and I will now just look at the challenges.
This is our favourite part. This is my favourite part, the challenges, the fights. I love this. It's really fun. And we'll hurry up. We know. So, cultural resistance, but I'm not sure if that cultural resistance is real in Ireland. I think it's being fed in some way. That's our experience of it, that if you chat to people on the street about why you saying there's a link between alcohol and cancer, a lot of what comes out of people's mouths is stuff that's been said by industry already. So it's almost as if it's not something people think about. And then when they do hear about it first, it's usually why we shouldn't be doing this. So we've had some really fun accusations about why we're doing this sort of thing. Clearly political objections, because Ireland is a trading nation, we're in the EU, everybody wants free flow of trade. And sometimes maybe public health finds it difficult to get an ear at the higher tables compared to industry. I think that's definitely our experience. Media, you'd have to question whether or not it's because they make money from advertising for alcohol. I'm just saying. And then we recently went through an EU assessment process, because clearly what we're doing is a breach of the single market in some way, in the sense that we're looking for changes to a product compared to the way it's sold in other countries. But we are very grateful and indeed somewhat surprised that our proposal got through that EU assessment process successfully. Somewhat surprised is an understatement. So at the moment we're notifying this law to the WTO, and I think it'll be warmly welcomed by the WTO. That's a lie. And then hopefully within 2 to 3 months, we'll be able to kick off this law, and then the next thing is for everybody else to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this speech about your struggle. And you will be back, both of you, in the panel discussion later on. And just to inform you all, we will have a coffee break in about, a quarter of an hour or something like that. Because now I would like to ask our last speaker before the coffee break to join me here on stage. Welcome, Professor Kristi Ranus. You are about to talk about another also about prevention. Yes, it's called PrevCan. It's an international campaign. Yes. Please come up. Yes. I don't know. Yes. Am I scaring people to come up on the stage? You're so welcome. Yes. PrevCan is supported by more than 60 different organizations. I think you're going to talk about it. Yes. And I just want to say also that you're a professor at Tallinn Healthcare College. Yes. You're also a former oncology nurse.
Yes.
Yes. And you will talk about how you involve the nurses at your college.
Yes, and students.
And the students. Yeah, the students, of course, in this campaign, trying to increase awareness on cancer. Please, in Estonia, I have to say also. Yeah. Yes. So the stage is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I am proud to present the international, one small example of the international cooperation on the cancer prevention campaign in Estonia. The PrevCan campaign was initiated by European Oncology Nursing Society and is run in association with the European Society for Medical Oncology. Starting from October 2022 until September 2023, each month is dedicated to promoting one of these 12 European Code Against Cancer recommendations to increase awareness of how to prevent cancer among the public. EONS provides the key messages for each campaign month on the PrevCan website, also translated into Estonian. So, in Estonia, PrevCan is coordinated by faculty members of Tallinn Healthcare College, students from health promotion and nursing bachelor's programs, and master students of health sciences. Altogether, over 60 students are involved in conducting project-based internship or research on the PrevCan topics, as well as outreach activities on cancer prevention, targeting on general population or a narrower target group. From the North Estonia Medical Center, physicians, nurses, radiologists, and other healthcare specialists provide advice and feedback to students' work on their specific topic. Cancer prevention is an essential, foremost, and most cost-effective strategy of both European and Estonian beating cancer plans. So, what could be more purposeful and sustainable than to train health professionals already in college to deal with cancer prevention and to carry out campaign? So, in October, our nursing students produced a short film aimed specifically at school children and their parents on the topic of e-cigarettes. It is available for free on YouTube and has been shared via Facebook and hospital's intranet and partners' contacts. An English version is also available in BrevCan website. In addition to showing the short film in primary schools, students also added 45 minutes lecture based on BrevCan materials. Making a short film that specifically addresses young people and children of primary school age has been a challenge. However, based on the questions from pupils, we can conclude that there is some doubts about the harm of e-cigarettes. Teachers, health professionals, and students became more aware of the potential health risk posed by e-cigarettes, and they indicated increased interest in science-based literature too. Nursing students will continue showing short films and giving short lectures at schools, and pupils' feedback will be collected and analyzed in the students' final thesis. In November, health promotion students designed a digital poster, and they were uploaded to digital screens in 80 places all around Estonia. The posters had a beautiful young lady on it, while the main message were, it is prettier and better to live without using tobacco. The local company supported students by posting their posters for free for 2 weeks. Sharing on Facebook, people were invited to find these posters and add pictures of them in the comments. This campaign was a success because of its large reach. Students value the experience of working on an actual campaign that went live. This campaign supported current discussions on social and policy levels. The campaign pointed out that these products are harmful and raised discussion among expert groups. Also improved health literacy among people who saw the posters. In addition, health promotion students organized a webinar to raise awareness and health literacy of teachers and parents on how to reduce the use of nicotine and or tobacco products. While experts from the National Institute for Health Development and North Estonia Medical Center gave their presentation and answered questions. The timing was very good, and there were many participants and discussions, and experts added credibility and reach. The National Institute for Health Development commended the webinar method and decided to start using it in its campaign as well. School staff and parents gained valuable information that will help them to tackle the issues at school. In December, nursing students planned and conducted a social media campaign to the public using posters and videos in Estonian and in Russian to motivate people to achieve and maintain a healthy body weight. Although the timing of the campaign was not so good due to holidays, because of a large number of social media users, we hopefully increased public discussions about cancer prevention and interest about healthy lifestyle. So, conclusions so far. The message conveyed by the health organizations and the college may reach more people, including minorities and hard-to-reach groups, but it will be received more critically and sensitively than any message from another organization or advertising agency. And the way the message is communicated is as important as the content. We were confident in the evidence-based nature of the key message, but we underestimated the importance of visual aspects and way of delivering the message. What we have learned so far is that the message must be always positive, promising and encouraging, not forbidding and threatening. You have to be very creative to get attention, but careful not to offend or hurt anyone's feelings. Use a test group to control it. And learn how to communicate, especially in social media. And here is where the communication experts can help healthcare professionals. Also, more time is needed to involve other health organizations like hospitals and the National Institute for Health Development, as they need more time and information to design an intervention, especially in such a severe shortage of health professionals and short time frame as that of BrefCan. Also, we have to say that it takes a lot of courage to speak out publicly, especially on a sensitive issue like obesity, and then to be prepared to take responsibility for the possible consequences. However, we have learned and will continue to share the key messages provided by EONS each month and to supervise students in designing and implementing a campaign. Finally, for diseases such as cardiovascular disease and cancer, the results of prevention activities may only become apparent years later. And even then, it is difficult to attribute them to the particular campaign. However, as one of our students who ran the campaign summed it up, even if we manage to raise awareness and health literacy for one person, our job is well done. So thank you for this honorable opportunity to participate. And our Estonian BrefCan team would like to give special thanks to Dr. Lena Sharp, project lead BrefCan, and Johan de Munter, EON's president, and Mikaela Popelkova. Thanks to EONS, the Tallinn Healthcare College, and North Estonia Medical Center, the small Estonia is visible on the big BrefCan map of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ranus. There is sure a lot to talk about, and we'll do that later on in the panel discussion. Very much appreciated to hear how you work with BrefCan in Estonia. Yes, in just a second you will go and drink coffee, but before you go, I really must remind you, and I'm told that I have to remind you, to take the opportunity to visit the exhibition space, right, you know, the room next to us. You can be served coffee there and maybe learn more about cancer prevention. There is a cancer prevention calculator that will tell the effectiveness of different preventive actions, just to mention one example. So we will have this coffee break, and we will start again at exactly 11:15. So please enjoy your coffee that we served outside. Thank you for now. Lasat, thank you. I better start talking so I attract people back to this conference venue, don't you think? Yes. So yeah, I'm just starting so people know that we're about to start. Exactly. Maybe if I'm going to sing a song, maybe people will come. I don't know. Thank you, Anna, for your message. It was very interesting. And you are living in the UK now, aren't you? Yes. Well, we will start in exactly 45 seconds. What do you think? Every second counts. Should we wait for the other ones? I mean, you're very disciplined, you who are here. Or what do you think? 45 sekunder, Albert. Are you trying to let people know that we are about to start? Vad gör vi? Vad ska vi göra om... Because... Ja, men grejen är att every second counts. Since we are stressing the speakers, we need to... Borde ha det. Hello, Mr. Professor Walter Ricciardi, I think. Yes? It's nice to see you. Yeah. Nice to see you. Ja, jag lägger den här så länge. Så att det... All right. Well, I think the lunch will be shortened by the time we are, we should have been started 1 minute ago. So. Yeah, please do. You seem to be, such an attraction in yourself. Back to work. Yeah, that's the spirit. I like that. Back to work. Everybody is maybe in the exhibition space, and I understand that. Erik, nu kommer du att behöva lägga på 2 minuter. Minister is back, so I don't know. Should I wait? No, they are making the thumbs up. Okay, the minister is back, so we start again. As Dr. Costa said, back to work. So we will continue this session on the subject of prevention. And I would like to introduce you to Wendy Jared. Yeah, you're here. Good. Good for us. Welcome, Dr. Wendy Jared.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director of the Association of European Cancer Leagues. And please.
Thank you.
Beside me. You'll be talking about new digital tools as mobile apps, for example, encouraging people to learn more about the European Code Against Cancer. One app called Bumper is under construction, and another one was called Wasabi, and it had nothing to do with sushi.
No.
No. Okay, please.
But it
tell
attracts
us.
people,
Yeah.
so that's good. Thank you very much for having me here. So you guys already heard about the European Code Against Cancer. I was very pleased, so I don't have to go too much into it. So as Nejma said, I'm going to be talking about innovative cancer prevention through digital tools, but mainly mobile apps. Because the world is changing, times are changing. And yet the struggle to decrease the incidence of cancer is still here. So what more can we do? And here with the European Cancer Leagues, and we work with all members to try to come up with new ideas on how can we do more in the area of cancer prevention and control. So next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, I have it. I have control. So just a few words about the European Cancer Leagues, who we are. We were founded in 1980. We currently have 31 members in 26 countries in the WHO European region. So our members are cancer leagues, such as Cancerfonden, and these are mainly national and regional charities that you probably know very well in your countries. And they all operate across the entire cancer continuum and patient pathway, just as the Secretariat does at the ECL level. So I'm talking about prevention, access, research, treatment, patient support, and much more. And as you know, our members are also the main resources for citizens in the area of cancer control information and services. When a person is diagnosed with cancer, when a person needs to know more about cancer, they go to their Cancer League in the country. And the vision of ECL is for Europe free of cancer. So you already heard about the European Code Against Cancer. This is the Swedish version. It's available online. It's too small for you to be able to see, but if you go to cancercode.eu, it goes to our website, which then links you to the original IARC website on the European Code, which is translated in all the EU official languages. On our website, we also make it available in the non-official languages because we realize that there are many populations who don't necessarily are comfortable with the official EU languages. So on our website, you'll be able to see languages such as Turkish and Arabic, so that everyone can be able to help us disseminate the code in the more marginalized populations. So I'm going to go into my talk now about digital tools and to give you some examples. So you already also heard about Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. I'm sorry, but I have a note here that the TV will be turned off in 1 minute. So should I be worried? So I just want to say something about the Wasabi app. It was a mobile application that was developed by ECL as part of an EU-funded project to inform school-age children between 14 and 19 years, and is to make sure that they also hear about the European Code Against Cancer. And the app was developed to be integrated into the health education programs of cancer leagues. So all cancer leagues helped us disseminate the app. So it was a digital health education tool, and it was made to be like a game, very much like Duolingo. I don't know whether you're familiar with Duolingo. So Duolingo has been evidence-based, and I don't work for Duolingo. I don't have anything to do with them, but no, I know that they're very effective. One of my sons became very fluent in a different language because of Duolingo, so I like it very much. But we followed the app was developed to follow the Duolingo style of teaching, and it consists of 10 modules, interactive content and quizzes. There was a beta phase, and we found out that actually novel digital health interventions such as mobile apps can indeed be beneficial to engage young populations in learning more about cancer prevention and healthy lifestyles. So this project and the app, it was a proof of concept that prevention of non-communicable diseases, and especially cancer, is possible through innovative strategies targeting those at higher stake. So for us, it was the European youngsters. So just to give you some images of what the app looked like, so you can see that it's very much in the style of Duolingo. There were very colorful icons, and this is the Wasabi
and then we also have the Wasabi logo there, and then there's a ranking so you can compete against other people, your peers. So it was very interactive. It is now in the process of being updated. So unfortunately, I can't tell you that you can download it right now, but it's being updated, and we're working on that because we know that it works. So that's at the European level. I want to show you now an example from our member league, Cancerfonden, and whose CEO is among us in the audience today. So this is one of the apps that they developed here in Sweden, Cancerfonden did, on how do you, it's called Digital Cancer Health Check. I won't even try to pronounce it in Swedish, but if you can play the video, it's a very short video. It's going to be in Swedish though, so. But I think it would be self-explanatory.
Kan valen vi gör i vardagen påverka risken att få cancer längre fram i livet? Ja. 3 av 10 cancerfall kan förebyggas genom hälsosamma levnadsvanor. I Kolla risken kan du testa dina vanor och lära dig mer om hur du kan minska risken för cancer. Jag vet att det kan vara svårt att bryta invanda mönster. Därför har vi samlat tips på hur du kan komma igång. Och kom ihåg, varje steg i rätt riktning räknas. Kolla risken idag.
So that app is available for downloading. And this is more information about it. So the reason why it was developed is because there was a low level of awareness about the connection between healthy habits and cancer. And I think that is the case in all European countries, if not the world. So it aims to raise the awareness about preventing cancer and then looking at issues such as your diet, body weight, physical activity, tobacco, alcohol, and sun exposure. Because we all know that tobacco, for example, is highly linked to cancer, but what's not necessarily known is alcohol, as we saw from our previous presenter, that there's a direct link there, and also with diet and body weight, physical activity is even less known. So it's inspired by the Cancer Health Check developed by WCRF, and advice is based on the European Code Against Cancer and also the World Cancer Research Fund recommendations. Quick and easy, only takes 5 minutes. And they found that in 2022, last year, 9 out of 10 actually completed the test. So I went online. So it's not, you can also access it online, not only on your mobile device. So I accessed online and I pretended that I knew nothing about the code. So I said, you know, if I'm going to be I have a high risk profile, and I entered all the very high risk elements, such as I smoke, I don't exercise, I sit on my computer all day, which is unfortunately very true. And this is what I got. So it gave me that I am very high risk. And I think if I were a member of the general public and I saw this, it would encourage me to change my lifestyle to make it healthier. And what I like about the app and the information on the website is that when you get this diagnosis, it actually summarizes what you can do to lower your risk for cancer. So it's fast, and it also encourages you to get more information. It also has a number to call. So all the elements are there, and I think this would be a great example for other countries to be able to follow, because it's so easy, and then for the general public to be able to learn more about their cancer risk. So now I'm going to talk about an upcoming project that we have at the European level. So the European Code Against Cancer, it was last updated in 2014, and that was the 4th edition. It will now be updated to the 5th edition, and it's going to be updated to take into account the latest scientific developments and add new evidence-based recommendations. So in the cancer plan, Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, one of the objectives is to make at least 80% of the population aware of the European Code Against Cancer by 2025. This is very ambitious because when ECL did a survey among countries on the knowledge of the European Code, the highest was around 5%, 10%. So we're hoping that with everyone's help and collaboration, we'll be able to get everyone to know. So it is to boost the usability. So we're working on this right now, and we're working on it with IARC to make sure that the messages come through. We've got, so the funding for this project is 1.8 million, which sounds like it's a lot, but we have 14 partners. So we have to divide up the money into 14 partners and 10 countries, and it's for 2 years. And here you can see some of the organizations who are involved, and we are leading on the consortium. We're getting everyone's advice. And we are also looking for your help if you can help us make this great app. We are now having a survey to get information from the general public, from professionals, everyone. How can we make the app better for you? If you can let us know, that'd be really great. Short survey, it shouldn't take you more than 5 to 10 minutes. Give us the information, because we're working with the developer right now. We're providing the expertise into it. So cancer.eu bumper. Very easy to remember. If you can come and give us your advice, that'd be really great, because you're all healthcare professionals here. And also, if you know that how difficult it is to reach the general public. So please, if you can provide your advice here. And thank you very much for your attention.
You are very fast.
I had the red card.
Yeah, the red card. Maybe we should have a yellow card as well. I don't know. Anyway, you're welcome back when we be talking during the panel discussion. Okay, there is one more person that I would like to invite up to the stage. Welcome, Professor Walter Ricciardi, Chair of the Cancer Mission Board at the EU Commission, and you're also Professor of Public Health at the Catholic University del Sacro Cuore in Rome. You're so welcome. You will tell us about the EU Cancer Mission, of course, and the efforts made for stepping up research and innovation, yes?
Yep.
Yeah, welcome.
But first of all, what is a mission-oriented approach? In 2018, under the leadership of Commissioner Moedas, the European Commission accepted the provocative and inspirational invitation by Professor Mazzucato that extraordinary challenges cannot be tackled with business as usual. And the mission-oriented approach is essentially a challenge for this, making that every kind of innovation and research resources approach every citizen in the Union. The challenges are, of course, the one that affect the planets and cannot be dealt as business as usual. And the concept of mission was inspired to the famous speech by JFK in Texas in the early 60s. The United States were in trouble. The Soviet Union launched the first man in the space. There was a problem with Cuba. There was a problem with the Soviet Union on the missile that brought to the crisis. And essentially, we are living in a situation in which similar crises are happening. And of course, business as usual is not an option. Extraordinary measures for extraordinary problems. And these are the one: adaptation to climate change, including societal transformation, soil health and food, climate neutral and smart cities, healthy ocean, seas, coastal and inland waters. Why cancer? Because cancer in Europe, we are listening to the figures, but maybe is much more explanatory, quoting the fact that with less than 10% of the world population, Europe is experiencing 25% of the burden of disease. And if we don't act now, it will have within 20 years 50% of the burden of disease. This is simply unacceptable. And if you combine that with the demographic and epidemiological transition, with unsustainability of the cost and how shortage is the healthcare personnel nowadays, this is not an option. So this is the work that we have done in the past 3 years with the 5 missions, Conquering Cancer Mission Possible. And we have established a framework, a mission-oriented approach based on 3 pillars. So preventing what is preventable, optimizing diagnosis and treatment, supporting quality of life, with cross-cutting issues of understanding, which is research in all these pillars, and equity. And we have calculated, Elisabetta Weidepass was a member of the board, on an evidence base, the fact that we can save 3 million lives in the next years. The missions were presented and launched in September 2021, and we have been very much supported by both commissioners, of course, Commissioner Gabriel, but also Commissioner Kyriakides, and the green light was given, the funding was given. And these are the 13 bold recommendations for bold actions, and you can see that there are concrete and timetable for each of action and funding for each of action. And in the prevention, 2 actions are named in green: support the development and implementation of effective cancer prevention strategies and policies within member states and the EU optimizing existing screening programs and develop novel approaches for screening and early detection. Why prevention, and what are the problems of prevention? Prevention is something difficult for politicians, for most politicians, because something which is untouchable, invisible. It's much better to resolve a crisis, to look at patients rather than avoid cases. And so we need good politicians, we need visionary politicians. Prevention is the most cost-efficient long-term cancer control strategies and is better than any cure. But we need politicians who support that, and we are lucky to have it. Minister of Health today, but also in the Parliament, bipartisan support to this. Prevention is supported through policies such as the promotion of healthy enhancing physical activity and sport. But I'm afraid that people don't change behavior. They know that smoking is a problem. They know that drinking is a problem. They know that lacking of physical activity. They know that eating too much is a problem, but they continue. So it's difficult to understand why, and it's difficult to change their behavior. But we have to work on that, and we have to understand that an enhanced and more personalized preventive measures is needed, as well as improvements of the existing prevention programs. The problem is health literacy. Health literacy among EU citizens offers rooms for improvement. In general, citizens are not aware that certain cancer can be prevented or avoided through disease prevention strategies. A national screening program exists for only 3 cancers, colorectal, breast, and cervical, but they are not risk-based, and not all of the target population have access to them, including persons with disabilities. And as quality assurance and available resources vary across screening programs, they do not always reach their objectives, and in addition, the general population and also general practitioners, as we've seen in the previous example, are not fully aware of cancer symptoms, limiting the early detection of cancer. So what? We have started concrete actions. Now it's the time for actions. Now it's the time for results. So we have launched in the field of prevention the idea to develop a one-stop cancer information center on prevention, to boost research and innovation into risk assessment, to conduct implementation research on cancer prevention, to establish synergies on prevention with other missions. And this is very important. And on screening and early detection, to optimize and improve access to existing screening programs, to develop new methods and technologies for screening and early detection, to develop early predictor tests. And we have already launched some activities, but it's very important that we have worked since the beginning with DG Santé. We have worked with the colleagues of that directorate, and so the result of the European Beating Cancer Plan is very synergic. We have a one narrative, and all the people in Europe understand we are serious about that. And furthermore, the mission on cancer helped shape the new knowledge center on cancer, launched by the Joint Research Center in June 2021, which will expand its European Cancer Information System and its health promotion and disease prevention knowledge gateway to become an evidence clearinghouse on prevention. So basing all our activities on solid science, on solid data. And these are the concrete goals that have been called. And you can see that in the pillar of prevention, developing new methods and technologies for screening and early detections, improving and upscaling primary prevention of cancer through implementation research. It's not going to be easy. In the Irish example is Creel. Think about the food labeling in general and the problem that we are facing to deal with very powerful lobby. And the fact is that if we don't act now, we are in serious problem. It's like a kind of a perfect storm where you can find and put under control the single elements of the storms. Every day in the seas and the oceans of the world there is a storm, but very rarely happens that every people on the ship dies. Why is that? Because every single factor is put under control. What's happening in cancer that in the future we can have different elements having all together, and this is going to be a perfect storm. I don't know if you remember a Hollywood movie with George Clooney starring Everybody Dies. Why is that? Because they have be able to face this perfect storm, which is difficult for everybody. So unless a perfect storm, let's have a perfect mission to achieve this target. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Please stay. Please stay. That was rapid. You were so fast. I'm impressed, really. Please, Professor Richard, you stay here because we will have this panel discussion. And I would like to ask all the panelists to come up on stage again. Yes. And actually, while you're coming up, I just want to ask you, Mr. Ricciardi, I have this follow-up question to you. Yeah, because you were also you had an important role during the pandemics at the Italian Ministry of Health, I think. What has this pandemic taught us? Yes. Is there something that you can take with us in this preventing cancer?
It's that the problem is to develop a proper alliance between science and politics, and this can be difficult. I mean, I remember when I advised the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, being Italy the first country struck outside China, to lock down the country. And they looked at me as like I was crazy. And we invited all the ministers from neighboring countries telling, this is not an Italian story. This is going to happen in your country. We have to lock down. Otherwise, we are going to have millions of deaths. And they looked at me as crazy. And this is not a problem only for the pandemic. This is a problem for cancer as well. When you speak to politicians and say, we are going to be inundated by millions of patients that we don't have a clue how to take care of them. It's not only a matter of prevention, it's diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation. Look at rehabilitation. Only 20% of the cancer patients have a kind of rehabilitation. So the kind of problem that we are facing, we have to face them now. And the alliance between science and politics is the only solution. If we have politicians that just think about the next elections, it's going to have a problem.
Okay.
So we need politicians to take care.
Okay. I'll just shortly say your name. I will repeat your name again because we have a stakeholder that is online in just a second. So welcome back to all of you, Ms. Colombo and Ms. Gordon and Ms. McNamara, and Professor Ranus, of course, and Dr. Yared and Professor Ricciardi. And as I said, there should be, as promised earlier, we have an outside stakeholder or a stakeholder outside this conference venue that is invited to put a question virtually. So welcome, Mr. Andreas Haralambos. I hope I... Yeah. Welcome. You are the president of the European Cancer Organization. Please, what is your question? What do you want to ask the panel?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction and the invitation, as well as the opportunity to participate to today's event. As you already mentioned, I'm the president of the European Cancer Organization, which is a not-for-profit federation of 41 member societies working in cancer at the European level, together with 20 European Patient Advisory Committee members, with a mission to reduce the burden of cancer, improve outcomes, and the quality of care for cancer patients through multidisciplinarity as well as multi-professionalism. So, by the presentations we heard today, we continue to be energized by the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, including its strong chapter on prevention. Eliminating HPV cancers through vaccination will be a success to inspire generations to come. But to get there, we have to be realistic. We need to excite and invigorate not only every country government, but also all individuals. So not only politicians and health system planners, but also parents, youth ambassadors, teachers, and many others. This is something we are committed to supporting through the Protect Europe project that we launched last week, which is supported by the EU for Health program. So my question to the panelists is if they could share their insights about the behavioral components, as well as potential facilitators and barriers that any cancer prevention initiative must have in mind when seeking to promote changes in behavior and active responses at the citizens' level. Thank you and congratulations for an excellent event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Andreas Haralambos, for your question. And well, the answer, who wants to answer this question? Is there anybody who would like to address? Yeah, nice. So who want to begin? Maybe Francesca Colombo? Yeah? It should be working.
Hello? Yes, it does work. You're absolutely right, because behind all the figures also that are presented and what we see the difference is there is behavior. How do you influence behavior? That's obviously easier said than done, but there are different tools that can be done. We heard about the information and education, but also how we convey that information and education must be different. So digital tools can be helpful, but if we have not just issues of health literacy, but also digital literacy, we probably need to act also on improving at that level. We need to think how the information is communicated. Is it delivered by a person or by a stakeholder that will be not trusted, or is it delivered also by people themselves? So thinking about more those granular aspects of how to deliver the information. And clearly nudging behavior is a mix of information, is a mix of price signals, of taxations, all of those things. It's a matter also of labeling and so forth. It's not by using one unique approach that you can have most of the results. Is by having a comprehensive approach. I would also say that tackling the wider socioeconomic inequalities might require going outside of the health sector as well. So it's the partnership with other sectors in the economy is also quite key, including to influence behavior.
Yeah, thank you so much. What about you, Ms. Gordon? You wanted to answer as well.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah. Please approach the table a little bit so I can see you.
I think one of the interesting things for us, people who deal with tobacco and alcohol, is so there's a lot of messaging out there and there's a lot of responsibility kind of is put on the citizen. You should know about this. If you want to look after yourself, you should know. And I think one of the things when we try to do public health messaging in Ireland is we're told that it's a nanny state, that the state shouldn't be interfering, they should let people live a free life and make their own decisions. And I think it's often ignored that there are other messages out there at our citizenry, like for instance with alcohol, positive messages. You will enjoy yourself. This is a risk-free undertaking if you drink alcohol. So absolutely people should become health literate, but it's hard. Life is hard. There's a lot of things to know about, and I think that's where the state, I think, has to intervene, and what we try to do, and certainly it worked in tobacco control, to control the messaging that's giving the wrong information, in as much as telling people they should be literate. But I think that states as well have to take a responsibility to say, if there's messaging out there that tobacco or alcohol is risk-free, there's an obligation on the state to either have equally strong messaging or to find a way to shut down messaging that's misleading.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So I hope that your question is answered now. We will continue with the panel discussion. And I think I'm just going to add a little bit to the question as well, because I know that there seem to be different ways to approach prevention. I mean, the communication with prevention. For example, I think you, Professor Ranus, you talked about, there shouldn't be any shaming and blaming. Well, that's my way to see it. While you, I think, in Ireland have a completely different approach to that. You. I can remind you if you want to.
Go first. In terms of naming and shaming.
No, not naming and shaming. But you said to me that if you want to get the message out, you have to use shock.
Yeah.
So please tell us about that.
That's part of it. I mean, I think, for instance, the labeling model that we showed earlier, red warning, and it's as I said, it's not just to draw attention to the risk, but it's to fight the other messaging, which is that these things are positive, these things are risk-free. And I do think cutting through, so in Ireland, like in other developed countries, the amount of channels of information that's going to the standard citizen, social media, TV, newspapers, whatever, to try to get something through. And definitely in terms of inequalities, it's quite hard to think about having a healthy lifestyle if you're worried about paying the gas bill or the electricity bill or everything else. So it's how to get that through. And there is an element where with cancer is a word that draws attention. There's no question about it. And in some ways it can be like a way just to open that debate and then talk about things like heart disease and other as well, that you're open, we'll say for tobacco and alcohol in particular, to say no, that there are risks with that and I should know that. But it's hard, it's difficult, I think, to attract attention because there's a lot going on. And sometimes maybe shock is one of the ways to go with that, although we try not to shock people too much.
No, okay. Yes, Dr. Yared, you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you very much, Najma. I think that's a very good point that you said, there are varying ways of communicating. And, Claire, you just pointed out, what you find in the area. So it really is different depending on what area you're talking about and also what country. You have to look at the cultural context because, you're saying that sometimes you have to shock. When we're talking about tobacco control, with all our members in the different countries, we have a mix. Some people say, you cannot shock the general public because they will just, especially the young people, it will backfire. You cannot. But then you have another country who says, no, but we have to do it like that. And then I'll give you an example for the European Code Against Cancer. We had to verify the European Commission translations. Because, you have the European Commission official services translating the languages in the official languages, translating from English to the official languages developed by IARC. But then we had to ask our leagues, does this make sense to you? And so you can imagine, it's really interesting how then the leagues came back to us. For example, Germany said, you cannot tell people what to do. This is too strong a message, which we did not realize. And, this is, again, where the leagues come in because they're the ones who are communicating everything to the general public. So they know how to communicate with them. So if I can go back to, just very quickly, Nejma, to Andreas's question about, what are the barriers and how can we make it easier? Indeed, it has to be a cross-sectoral collaboration because we cannot just work with ministries of health. We cannot. We have to work with Ministry of Finance, especially we're talking about tobacco control and everything else. What is really important, and I really see this as a challenge and a barrier, is the governments. If you look at the European Code Against Cancer, you have all the messages which are very clear for the general public in fine print, and it should not be fine print. And if I can ask IARC, and we have the director here, for the next edition to make it a larger print at the very bottom, it says, we need everyone to change their behavior, but none of it can happen unless we have governmental support to change their policies. So I urge, this is the Swedish presidency, now it's going to be passed on to the Spaniards, if we can get all the presidencies to really help us make the healthy choice the easy choice. If you go into a supermarket, it does not help if it's much cheaper to buy crisps and junk food than to buy an apple. And this is what's happening. It's more expensive. So if you have only €5 in your pocket and you're hungry, what are you going to buy? So make it easier, help us subsidize sugar, beverages, alcohol, everything else. Thank you.
Yes, I think... Professor Ricciari was...
No, I just wanted to remind that the mission for cancer failed twice in the United States, one under President Nixon and one under President Obama. At the very beginning, the mission to go to the moon with JFK was failing for the first 2-3 years because everybody worked alone in silos, So the fact is that we have to work together, and otherwise we are going to fail, even in prevention. For instance, we want to create a one-stop center for providing member states with evidence about what is working and what is not working. Because the idea that something shocking is working, for instance, may be wrong in some context.
Or maybe wrong.
Or maybe right.
Yes.
But nobody knows. But there is a strong enough evidence that we can provide member states not to reinvent the wheel every time, and to base their decision on solid science. This is happening in tackling obesity, overweight, smoking, and alcohol as well. But of course, we have to work all together. Otherwise, we make the same mistakes all the time.
Yeah. Professor Ranus, you wanted to
add
something?
I believe everything is already said, but I just wanted to make one example, very simple example about the positive message or positive wording. Did you saw in our hotel rooms, there was not restriction, no smoking. There was written, only love in the air in this room.
Okay.
Doesn't it sound nice? We all know that smoking is really strongly related with cancer, but saying only love in that room is much positive way. So this is one example, but I'm sure we have to start with the shock to get the attention, but then we should use the examples what have worked, because the society is actually changing so quickly. I still don't have my Instagram account, but I think I have to do that because I want to reach young people. I want to reach them about the message, and they don't listen or they don't go even in Walmart to see the digital posters about the cancer. They are in Instagram, they are in Facebook. I think so. Yeah.
Yes, I just want to go a little bit forward. Maybe you can add, because it's an economical question now. Yeah. I mean, it's not only economy. It's what I'm thinking of, because you were actually, I think, a few of you were addressing this challenge. I mean, the noticeable results of prevention can take many years before we see anything. Yes. So, and the economic impact of cancer in Europe is estimated to exceed 100 billion. Euros annually. So, and I think Professor Rikja, you were actually addressing that it seems that we have to raise the literacy on health and prevention also, I mean, on a higher level, policymakers, politicians, etc. How can we come to that? Does the USCD have any answer?
So it's a
Yeah, you just talk. He's going to take.
Does it work? Yes.
Yeah.
So it's the usual issues, obviously. I mean, if you look at the figures, spending on prevention is about 3% of total health expenditure. 3.4% went up a little bit through COVID because of the testing and so forth, all these things. And then also the vaccines are including into that. But still a very minuscule part. And it's because you're right. I mean, you see the results of those prevention, public health interventions taking place many years down the line. You know, it's not something that you see immediately, whereas when you have a person who is ill and needs to be cured, you have a very urgent need. So you need to change the way you look at the results that you get. One way of doing it that we do, at least in OECD, is to look at modeling approaches that show the cost effectiveness of prevention and the returns on investments. So it's really for each, for example, dollar or euros that you invest in a comprehensive package to tackle alcohol or to tackle obesity, you have returns up to 7 times, for example. You know, it's like that speaks very powerfully in terms of saying, okay, it might take time, but that's the right approach. That's where to implement. I also wanted to say that, you know, under stress, it's a comprehensive approach. So obviously there is the labeling, obviously there is the communication informations, the price as well. Let's not forget also the role of primary physician counseling. They have those interventions are actually incredibly cost effective, and they have a huge role for those who are at risk populations. So I think it's really that comprehensive approach. How to change that is to keep on banking. And I think showing... Did
you say banking?
Banking in the sense of like saying, that we need to invest more in prevention. And there are very powerful, including economic arguments and obviously health returns arguments to investing more in prevention.
Okay, and what about the need of political sustainable support? Actually, you need that, and how was it in Ireland, for example? In your, you were pointing out that there were some political issues as well.
We were lucky. I think Ireland had a tradition on tobacco control. So that was the kind of a start. By the time we started working on alcohol, there was already a kind of an understanding there about controlling risk factors. But a lot of it does boil down to, can you convince the relevant politician? Like, so if you take New Zealand as a good example, where they're bringing in their incredible tobacco control, they will openly say that it is down to the individual politician. So then, I suppose for us that work in government, it's be good at persuasion. Yeah. And there is a huge thing about short-term versus long-term returns. So let's say for us with tobacco, the revenue we take in Ireland from tobacco, the cost of the illnesses from tobacco is 10 times the intake. It's 10 times, so it's 10 to 1. But the revenue comes in every year. So this long-term cost is kind of vague and ill-described, whereas it's very easy to understand what the tax take is on a year. So there's that argument to try to absolutely be on that ground in terms of economics. Make your points. Don't be always held. Also talk about money, but to be careful to come back into what you're trying to do, which is keep people alive, essentially. But yeah, I guess be persuasive. How you do that, I don't know. But definitely individual politicians to try to get them on side is critical.
I would like to come back on the subject of, because it seems to be really a communication challenge. I know you said to me, Dr. Ranus, that Professor Ranus, I'm just mixing up all these titles. Professor Ranus, that for example, it's very hard to get your colleagues involved. I mean, the experts don't have the time, and that you were actually saying that you need the communication experts as well. Is that, well, and I think it's the same with the apps. How can you attract these people to help? Have you any idea?
Yes, indeed, and we have noticed because we have a lack of nurses, especially they don't have time for prevention. Actually, sadly, even in family care. So all the nursing students had to do that job, and the nurses just had their expertise. And they all are occupied with the treatment because of the shortage of professionals. So, and that is why we used students. But of course, they need a lot of support. And I just realized I may be professor in health sciences, but I have never learned about communication. And we have had our mistakes already, but as I say, shocking sometimes works. And at least we had discussions in society, and it was about the obesity topic, because women felt too sensitive about, can't we be like we want to be?
Yeah.
And the message was not clear enough to them. And when we just stopped the campaign photo because it was offensive to some women, so there was discussion in the society. Wait a minute, can't we talk then about that obesity is related with cancer? How we would give that message?
Yeah.
So at least there was some discussion started with the shock. Yeah. So, but the main point is that healthcare workers are good examples. I always look near the hospitals whether the healthcare workers are smoking there, because it's very bad example, and all your messages are lost actually when people see that the healthcare worker is not healthy at all.
Yeah.
So, but at least I think we should use communication specialists as well. That was my note.
Yeah, of course. And what about legislation? What is happening on this level? Do you see any legislation that should be in place or should come? I mean, okay, there is the labeling law, of course, but is there anything more that can be stressed or yeah, you're saying yes.
Yeah, because for instance, there was a very important study carried out by the London School of Economics together with the OECD on tackling obesity, and for taxing junk food is very important, but not alone, because if you tax junk food alone, you are going to penalize poor people. So you have to go together, and of course, for a politicians announcing taxing junk food or food labeling is very dangerous, because it's immediately tackled by the lobby. So you have to be very careful. So you have to prepare the law, find alliance, and then announce the law. If you do that before achieving the target, you are lost, because these companies are incredibly powerful and rich, particularly in lobbying.
What is your experience, Francesca, about the industry involved in other stakeholders? Yeah, well, you're smiling.
I'm smiling. I mean, it's... Of course, I mean, there are lobbies, there are powerful lobbies. There obviously, I think, also need to have a dialogue, because those are lobbies, but their products are consumed so widely that, you know, they need also to come on board. So they will continue to lobby, and they've lobbied also us, OECD, when we released a report on alcohol and on obesity in particular. And those are very, very, very powerful. They have ways, obviously, to reach out, particularly to those vulnerable population groups, which are consumer of those products, which are very often also coincides with low socioeconomic groups. How to address that, obviously through legislation, regulation. If we are talking about advertising, that's something that it would be, powerfully and taxations as well. But those are very cost-effective and effective policies. I do think that the issues also of dialogue, they are very powerful. They often represent a large share of the economy in many countries, and so I think it needs to be worked at all those different
Have you any idea? I mean, I'm talking to all of you because this health in all policy that is supposed to be there on place, and I think a few of you were talking about the stakeholders that aren't yet on board. Have you any idea? I mean, I know we maybe schools, and you're talking about the food industry, but are there any other that I haven't been thinking of that you think is very important to have on board this quest? Or are you satisfied?
Maybe now we can also include the tech sector, the technology sector, because they're up and coming, and there's so much potential there. So I mentioned the app, but they have a lot of evidence and experience in launching. Reaching out to young people, how are they selling their games? They have all that information. We need to work with them and say, how have you been reaching these populations? And they might come to us and say, well, because they spent billions already, so they have the information. If only we can work with them, they learn from them, so they can tell us, no, but you're doing this wrong. And in the bumper project I was mentioning, we're working with a data with a private company. And they're in a totally different world, Najma, everyone. They're in a totally different world. They had no, when we mentioned health literacy, they were thinking literature search. So, you're talking about two different. Exactly. So I had to jump in and say, no, we're talking about health literacy and digital health literacy as well. So I think it has to be a cross-sectoral approach, working with people who have a lot more resources than us, but how can we convince them? Because they might say, okay, but we also need some incentive to do it. And then if I can just make one point regarding legislations, yes, it's fine to tax, and we know that it is very evidence-based and that it works, especially for tobacco control, but we also need to make sure that when you make things more costly, you have to make the healthier things less costly. Yeah. How do we do that? So subsidize it, tax fatty foods, tax sugar, sweetened beverages, but then also subsidize the healthier foods so that people can make the right choice for themselves.
Do you think this is going to happen?
I've had talked with supermarkets, and it's been difficult, but I think if everyone were to get on board and pressure them, I think it can happen. It was me going to supermarkets and saying, can we put the European Code Against Cancer in your vegetable area? And the response was, but Wendy, we got to sell candies too. So, but I think if we get enough pressure, especially through legislation, great.
Yeah. Somebody who wants to...
I think you can be smart with legislation, and sugar sweetened drinks tax is a great example. So when that taxation was introduced in Ireland, a lot of the manufacturers reformulated the drinks, took out the sugar so that the tax wouldn't apply. And that's really clever legislation. That's not sledgehammer making it expensive. That's putting the onus back on producers to take some responsibility in this, not to have all the responsibility on the consumer. So we need to be smarter as well.
Yeah, not only shocking, but smart. Smart shocking in any way. Anyway, I would like to ask you a question. I think it's a difficult one, but anyway, I'm going to put it. Since as much as 40% of cancers are preventable, as we heard, if you had to choose maybe one or two important actions for sustainable prevention, what would that be? And I would really like you, all of you, this will be probably the last question asked on this panel. So let's start with Professor Ranus.
Oh, thank you. Only one. Then I would choose children and how to support that they could raise up in a healthy environment. That means second-hand smoking and seeing someone drinking. I think we should find out how to support children, because sometimes they know better what is healthy lifestyle than their parents, but they don't have impact to their parents. So perhaps we should use some apps for that, how they could teach at home, or at least choose environment what is healthier.
Make the children ambassadors, so they are teaching.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
Yeah, I have the copyright of this idea. Yes, Siobhan.
I suppose, again, I mean, our legislation deals with children, again, in relation to protection of children and their exposure to alcohol. And then the long-term cancer risks are reduced. It'll be a generational thing. It's something that'll come down the line, but it is something that kind of is a strong theme running through our legislation. It's not just for this generation, it's for future generations.
Okay.
Yes.
And then who wants to continue here? Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I would like to say eliminate tobacco. If you do one, eliminate tobacco.
And how is that going to happen?
Well, hopefully we're all looking at the models coming from New Zealand. Yeah, I think
that's
strong law
the
in
number
the
one
end.
for you. Okay.
Yeah, number one.
Okay. What about Wendy, Jared?
When you ask that question, I have 100 things run through my mind immediately. But I have to say governmental support, and that includes funding. So the European at the European Union level, that's been great with Beating Cancer Plan and raising the awareness of cancer, making it high on the agenda. But that's at the European level. We also need the support from the national levels, the member state level, to support things such as making sure that the young people are aware and making sure that tobacco is eliminated. We've got already several countries wanting a tobacco-free generation, and that's really great. But without governmental support, we can't do it alone.
I have to ask you now. I'm put another question here, but shortly, since you have all been working with these questions a long time. I think 20 years or something. Have you seen any change that it's really we are going for the better?
Oh yeah. I mean, look at the FCTC. The Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and what the EU has done. I mean, we fought so hard. When we're talking about industry has a lot of money and they're very strong. We can be stronger, and we never thought that the directive would actually go through.
Okay.
So no, we can do it. We just have to put our mind to it, and it was also thanks to EU funding. Without EU funding and without the support at the EU level, it's very difficult to do. And then that trickles down to the member states. What we did at the EU level, all the lobbying. We fought tobacco industry so hard. They thought that they would have a speed. If you just look up the information, it'd be the stories that you hear are shocking. What the industry tactics can do. So, I mean, going back to what Claire was saying, eliminate tobacco. That's already one step forward.
Okay. What about you, Ms. Colombo?
Well,
what would you choose?
I would say, to be bold. And focus on also talking to other sectors, because a lot of the actions in public health depends on working with other sectors. Taxation, labeling, or so forth is not just the Ministry of Health. It really depends also on talking to agricultural ministries, to the tax revenues, to finance ministries, and so forth. There are powerful arguments in terms of economic returns, productivity, healthier and more productive workers, as well as more successful children in school that can be used, and they speak also to these other sectors as well of the economy.
Okay, if you may choose two actions.
A comprehensive approach. I don't think if you choose one only, as I said, it's really the most of returns you have through a comprehensive approach.
What about you, Professor Ricciardi?
I understand the rationale behind your question, but answering will be the devil's alternative, because every answer will be wrong. So what I think is that at least for the 5 mission topics, that cannot be a one only approach. We can combine approach. Climate change is the next 10 years. If we don't find a solution in the next 10 years, we are lost. And this is not happening. Gutierrez, the Secretary General of the United Nations, is calling. We are going to hell in 2.5 degrees, and nobody's really acting. So climate change scientists may be the only one more desperate than us, public health, because they have the Cassandra syndrome. They know they are right since 50 years, and everything is going in the wrong directions. They have to understand, at least politicians, that if we don't act now, we are going to have a problem. I was looking at the United States colleagues. I mean, they are a roadway to hell as far as concerned cancer. They don't have a system. They are not fighting obesity, alcohol, tobacco. They have a problem of mass shooting with weapons. They are a polarized society. We have to avoid that, kind of approach. We are based on solid European values in which health is a right, is a fundamental right. And unless we work together, but really, and we will going to listen about the European health data space because technology is going to be massive importance. Answering this or this is going to be a mistake. So we have to work all together. Okay. Not the engineers, the mathematicians, the epidemiologists, the clinicians in their silos, because the perfect storm is coming.
Yeah. Collaboration again.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, all of you. A big applause to you. Thank you for participating. We will go on with the program, and as I told you before, in the beginning of this morning, this day, we have now the opportunity to hear what is going on in social media. And I would like to welcome our social media moderator, Robert Holton. He's with us, I know that. Yes, there you are. Welcome. How are you?
I'm very well, Nedma. Thank you very much for having me. And good afternoon to you and to all those attending the conference in Sweden today. I think it's fair to say that it has been a thought-provoking and unexpectedly moving event so far. This is certainly reflected on social media and in our interactive Slido chat, which all of you can be a part of. Here, one user mentions that it's great that the role of the patient in the cancer care pathway is highlighted, asking how can we collaborate with them more in order to move forward. So lots of thought-provoking questions coming in. Also lovely to see words of affirmation directed at colleagues working and implementing legislation throughout Europe. One user congratulates Ireland for being the first country in the world to introduce smoke-free spaces and graphic warnings on cigarette packets, citing this legislation as a change agent. Being from Ireland myself, this makes me particularly proud. Now, before I go, a reminder that you too can join this conversation on Slido via the event website or on Twitter by using the hashtag EUCancerPlan. That's hashtag EUCancerPlan. And we will be on hand to answer any questions that you may have in the interim. That's all from me for now. Nejma, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Robert Holton, our social media moderator, being with us today from Brussels, actually. And now we will move on to the next block, the next subject today, introduced by Professor Martling. It's about early detection. So we will work a little bit longer before lunch. Anna?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, we will now move on in this meeting to the next subject. Early detection is, of course, very closely related to prevention. But we will now, during the coming hours, focus our attention on innovative solutions for expanding early detection and eliminating inequalities. During my introduction for the first session of today's conference, I argued that prevention is one of the key factors for creating sustainability within cancer care. Focusing efforts on early detection is actually the second key, I would say. One of the most efficient tools today for detecting cancer at an early stage is screening. In Sweden, for example, the National Board of Health and Welfare estimates that the national screening program for breast cancer in Sweden lowers mortality rate by 16 to 25%. As with prevention, however, there are notable differences in participations in screening programs, meaning that the number of life years saved varies greatly between different societal groups. Access to screening programs for the most common cancer types in EU, as we heard about, is still not a guarantee everywhere in EU. We are on our way, and the new Council recommendation on cancer screening adopted in December was a step in the right direction, but we are not there yet. Apart from screening, or as a part of screening, there are other useful methods to ensure early detection of cancer. The use of teledermoscopy, a tool that increases access to specialist care, is one such example, and you can learn more about it in the exhibition outside this venue. Another innovative tool used for contributing to the early detection of cancer is the use of biomarkers. Although more research is needed in this area, biomarkers could be the key to development the future screening programs based on individual risk of specific type of cancers resulting from lifestyle and biology. Biomarkers are, however, already playing an important role today, I would say, in the future development of the already existing screening programs. Screening for prostate cancer is one such example that we'll be hearing more about in this session. Biomarkers have already proven being valuable also in another important part of early detection, the early detection of relapses. Within this area of care, the use of biomarkers has shown to be an effective method of monitoring patients who have been declared healthy and for early detection then of a possible relapse. With that, I now have the honor to present already well-known speaker in this session, Dr. Alberto Costa. Dr. Alberto Costa, as you already know about, is a special advisor to the Health Commissioner on cancer policy and will now be speaking about the importance of early detection. So, please.
Well, it's actually the importance of early detection and the lesson learned from breast cancer, because this is my field and I would not have the competence to go in other fields. It's also very important, though, the message is that we should always be used to reconsider what we have decided, to go back and check. This is the basis of science. Science is doubt, essentially. Are we doing the right things? And so looking at the past makes sense, because you go back and see what could be changed or was wrong. And it's also good because that elderly people like me have a role, because they remember things how they were. And if you look at this, and I thank you, the offices of the Commission, I never had such a beautiful set of slides. I only have 9 slides, don't worry, 10 minutes, 9 slides. But look at the example of this concept. Breast cancer is very important to us, we know that, but only 100 years ago, 150 years ago, was not relevant. In Italy, it was called the disease of the nuns, because it was described in the monasteries, the doctors were called, and these poor women had this terrible thing, but it's an indirect way to understand how this is a typical example of a changing life. 150 years, still my grandmother said I should never have gone to dance that night. I was only 15 and now I have 7 children. So that was the thing, 7 children, breastfeeding all of them and starting very early. If you check this, the chance of breast cancer would be very low. Do we want that? Do we want to go back to that? Not a bit of it. I have only one daughter, and I'm very happy that she's not pregnant yet. Okay. So she said, but I'm not preventing breast cancer. True, but maybe there are other ways, and we can. So when the medicine started to find a solution, to look for a solution for this, credit should be given to this surgeon, the famous Mr. Halsted in Boston. More than 100 years ago, he dared to do the first mastectomy. And mastectomy became the treatment, the treatment for breast cancer. Clearly in the logic, it's understandable now, a posteriori, that this is not an encouragement to early detection. Because the earlier you go, the earlier you lose your breast. So the message to women was, and as a joke, I'm saying I'm old enough to remember when I started in the 70s, in the outpatient clinic, a lot of women were coming late, saying, but you're going to take out my breast anyway, to spoil my life, ruin my life, so why should I come early? I come as late as possible. And this is what I wanted to mention, to think how we need to go back and think what was wrong. Also at that time, we thought that was the dogma. The more you cut, the more you cure, because surgery was convinced of that, and that was so we were going, expanding the operations more and more. Then what happened is that technologies always help. So we had the discovery of mammography, people starting to do mammography. Mammography, as all the ladies in the room know, is this. So this is a breast cancer photographed by a mammography. There is little help from this because a breast cancer like this, I don't know how to point, it's also palpable. It's big enough. Thank you very much. We don't need the mammography, we just need the visit, so it's not. But if you do mammography even when we don't feel anything, then we can get this. And this is another story. This is 5 millimeters. Nobody's going to die for this. So that's the concept where we started the concept, say, okay, maybe it's not that true that the more we cut, the more we cure, and probably the earlier we find, the better we do. And it's really symbolic and a great honor for me that that was in this country. Sweden was absolutely the first. Sweden, and in some way Hungary, because Laszlo is Hungarian, but they called Laszlo, yes, I see some Hungarian in the audience saying it's true, Laszlo Tabar deserves the credit because he was invited here, also for the Kapperberg County Council, and that became the most famous study. That changed the history because they showed that if you do systematic, I'm late already. Oh, don't, sorry. Systematic screening, even when you don't feel anything, which is exactly what we want. We want to find the guy, the 5 millimeter guy, not the 3 centimeters, because that's too late. So that's the concept of population screening, which sounds very crazy at the time, but now it has changed completely. And probably it's estimated that at least 22-23% of reduction of mortality in breast cancer because of this. So this is also the small difference. Why sometimes we talk about prevention and sometimes early detection. Prevention strictly means taking away the cause. So if I don't smoke, I reduce certainly the risk of having lung cancer. Not necessarily, not entirely, as we've seen before, but I do that. In breast cancer, it's very difficult, unless you ladies start again to have children at 15 and to have 7 children. So we need to be careful in the message, in the communication to the people, because otherwise people will say, hey, look, I'm been moderately drinking, non-smoking, doing physical exercise, and still I have breast cancer. Because breast cancer is mostly a hormonal thing, and you cannot change your hormones, you cannot modify your hormones. So if we do this, certainly the take-home message that we have from screening is that we get a much better chance of survival if we remove the cancer initially when it's small, and that we should not say just breast cancer. Breast cancer, it's a constellation of different diseases, different situations, different sizes that need to be personalized, case by case. So there is no breast cancer. There is the breast cancer of Anna, the one of Maria, and the one of Julia, and they are all different. We certainly need to remember that we need incentive. So we need to always think, as it was said by the Irish colleague, it's very true. If you have the cultural attitude, you have to find another cultural answer, not the technical or scientific. You can't mix the two things. And the second is that certainly we need to revise constantly what we are doing. This is a typical mammography. The technology is improving, but we also have at the same time to improve the organization. Some screening programs are becoming really bureaucratic, absolutely cold. Women go there, do the exam, they disappear, nobody talks to them. They receive a letter after a month just saying, okay, it's okay, you come in 2 years. This, we have learned that this has to be changed. But the most important thing to change, I think, and this is the lesson from breast, but it works also for colon, for prostate, and for other organ sites, is to personalize the diagnosis. Why do we personalize treatment and not the early detection? It is not the same. If a lady has the mother and the sister with breast cancer, and she never had a pregnancy, she has a totally different risk to another lady who had 3 children and no relatives in the families with breast cancer. And we keep doing the same, a mammography every 2 years, to both of them. So always the concept of one size fits all, which is not true. So the next challenge for breast, don't take it for granted. Oh, now we start, and it's very good, we start lung, we start prostate, but don't think that breast is finished. It's not finished, it's not over. We have to continue to improve the quality and the objective. And finally, the quality control. Don't think that it's the same. One story for a radiology is to look at the X-rays and have the question, is this a cancer or not? So this is one question. But when you do screening, you see the X-rays, and the question is there a cancer here or not? I don't know if I explain myself, but these are really different situations. So to see if there is the 4 millimeter guys in an X-ray, you have to have a big knowledge and a big experience. So it's silly to organize the screening if you don't have the radiologists who are skilled and who have seen the previous year at least 2,000 mammographies. They will skip, they will miss the cancer. So one thing is organizing, but training the radiologists, for example, is the other big challenge. And some politicians, poor minister, I'm sorry, they all want to go, but they say, oh, we cannot exclude. In Italian we say poverino, we cannot, everybody has the right to participate, everybody has the right to work. No, it's not true. I don't have the right to drive my plane to go back to Milan tomorrow. So you radiologists, if you don't have the experience of 5,000 mammography a year, you don't have the right to work in a screening program. And we have to be safe. This is nothing against, it's not a moral judgment, it's just a technical competence, which we absolutely need. So in conclusion, Mammography was very, very important, so thank you, Sweden, and thank you, Hungary. We certainly have to reduce and improve the personalization, so change the model, not taking fixed and static. And also we have to finish the process by being ready to manage the cancer they are found. Because this is the other tragedy. Situation in which the screening is organized, it's working well, the tumor is found, and then they don't know where to go. Or they go to general hospital in general surgery, where again they do the mastectomy. So we are back to square one after 40 years. So you can't have, and this is again for our friends politicians, you can't have a screening program if you don't have in parallel a program for quality care ready to manage well what is found by the screening. Thank you. You see?
Thank you so much. And I think that the plane, those who are going home with you in the plane are happy that you will not be the pilot. But we are happy to have you here, and you will be back in a moment this afternoon when we have the panel discussion. One more lecture before we have lunch. I would like to welcome Professor Ola Bratt, Professor of Clinical, now comes this very difficult word, epidemiology at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, and chairman of the National Working Group for Organized Prostate Cancer Testing. The stage is yours. I would like also to say that you have kind of a provocative title. It's Screening for Prostate Cancer, Benefits, Harms, and Organization. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Najma. So, dear co-workers, I venture to name you all co-workers in our joint effort to improve cancer care and indeed prevent cancer. Every year, 340,000 men are diagnosed and 70,000 men die from prostate cancer in the European Union. This makes prostate cancer the second or third most common cancer killer in European men. Here to the left you see that it's lung cancer, colorectal cancer and prostate cancer that kills most men in all European countries. The natural cause of prostate cancer is very well suited for a screening program. So there's a long preclinical protracted phase extending over many years, during which time the tumor can be detected and, importantly, cured. But when the tumor grows and also maybe spreads, typically to bone, this is an incurable disease. So clearly, if we want to reduce prostate cancer mortality, we need to detect and treat prostate cancer in men before they develop symptoms. Screening for prostate cancer has actually been around for 30 years, since the introduction of the simple blood test PSA, prostate-specific antigen. The problem with the PSA test is that it's not specific to prostate cancer. So most men with a high PSA do not have prostate cancer. They have a benign prostatic enlargement. And to find out which men do have a prostate cancer of those with a high PSA, we used to do something called a systematic prostate biopsy. So we sampled the prostate, 10 to 12 biopsy cores evenly spread throughout the prostate to see if there was a cancer or not. And we detected cancer in about 1/3 of the men with a raised PSA. This diagnostic pathway is now outdated. We nowadays do a prostate MRI and a targeted biopsy. I'll return to this shortly. There's been a European randomized screening trial for prostate cancer. 160,000 men between the ages of 55 and 69 were randomized across 8 countries. And after 16 years, there was a 20% mortality reduction, a cancer-specific mortality reduction, which is very similar to what's been achieved with breast cancer screening with mammography. The problem with prostate cancer screening is that in this trial, there was a much higher incidence of prostate cancer in the screening arm compared to the control group. And the gap between these two curves on the right is overdiagnosis. So men were diagnosed with a cancer which wouldn't have progressed to clinical disease with symptoms before they've died from something else. And as you can see, there's a big gap there, but it's even bigger than you might think, because there's a 10-time difference in the scale. So you would actually need to magnify that diagram 10 times to really appreciate the difference between overdiagnosis and benefit. In other words, the ratio between prostate cancer, prevented prostate cancer deaths and overdiagnosis was 1 to 13. Or in other words, again, for each prevented prostate cancer death, 13 men were overdiagnosed, and for a cancer that wouldn't harm them, but of course the diagnosis as such and the treatment reduced their quality of life. But remember that the diagnostic method used in this trial was systematic prostate biopsies. I'll come back to this too. And what's the problem with systematic biopsies? Well, this is a graph showing a summary of autopsy series, men who died from various causes without any known prostate cancer in lifetime. And in the typical screening ages between 50 and 75 years, 1/3 of men do have prostate cancer. And of course, if we do systematic biopsies and randomly sample the prostate, we detect many of these cancers that wouldn't progress to clinical disease. So that causes overdiagnosis, and when a cancer is diagnosed, men want treatment and also then overtreatment. The Swedish National Board of Health and Welfare in 2018 recommended against screening for prostate cancer in agreement with, well, almost all national healthcare authorities around the world. The reason was that the benefit doesn't clearly outweigh the harms, and the harms being overdiagnosis and overtreatment. But the board also recognized that there is a widespread PSA testing, unorganized in Sweden. Actually, 70% of Swedish 70-year-old men have had one or more PSA tests. And this unorganized PSA testing, it's ineffective, much resource consuming, and certainly socioeconomically unequal. So this was also recognized by the Swedish government, and their solution was to support regional projects to organize this testing, to make it more effective and less unequal. And so the birth of the concept of Swedish organized prostate cancer testing, OPT, as we call it. What is OPT? Well, OPT, they are regional projects. Come on. Regional projects, population-based, very much screening-like. They are managed by the regional public healthcare providers and gradually implemented over 5 to 10 years to cover the whole male population between 50 and 74 years. They are nationally coordinated, so the information sent to men, the test algorithm, the administrative IT system, the register where all diagnostic data are reported, and research are nationally coordinated. And we are convinced that these projects will fill important scientific and practical knowledge gaps, and their prepare for a national screening program. We actually view them as small pilot boats, navigating the waters in the archipelago to find the shallows and the underwater rocks so that they can later safely guide the big ship of a national screening program through the archipelago without hitting on the underwater rocks. 2 regions started in 2020. 4 other regions followed last year, and we expect another 11 regions to start some kind of OPT project over the next year, almost covering all Swedish regions. Now back to modern diagnostics. So a prostate MRI for men with a raised PSA can identify a suspicious lesion. We can then target the lesion with biopsies, much more efficient, of course, than spreading random biopsies over the prostate. But the real winners are the men with just a benign prostatic enlargement. They have no lesion, they don't need a biopsy. And of course, if they don't have a biopsy, they can't be overdiagnosed. So this much reduces overdiagnosis. And this is the reason for why the EU in December recommended their member states to evaluate the feasibility and effectiveness of organized prostate cancer screening with PSA and MRI, basically what we have been doing now in Sweden over the past 3 years. And why didn't they recommend screening programs? Well, that is because there are still important knowledge gaps. So we don't know about the diagnostic outcomes from repeated screening rounds using MRI. We only know for the first screening round. We don't know how we best use complementary tests for men with raised PSA to select men for an MRI. We don't know how we best use MRI in men with a persistent raised PSA. And it all comes down to MRI resources. MRI resources will be the bottleneck for implementing prostate cancer screening in almost all countries, including in Sweden. Fortunately, there will be answers provided by ongoing randomized trials in Sweden, Finland, and Germany, and by the Swedish OPT projects and other similar projects starting in other European countries. Finally, some key learning experience from Swedish OPT projects. Needless to say, detailed planning is essential. Communicate with all stakeholders, secure necessary resources for all diagnostic and treatment, as you said, Dr. Costa. Start a few small pilot projects to find the pitfalls. I'm sure you will find one or several. Something that we discovered is that you actively need to prevent men to escape from screening to the ordinary healthcare for follow-up. That would jam the urology services. And please register, report, analyze, and feedback all results, because learning by doing is so much better than doing without learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's fascinating. I was almost forgetting that I'm supposed to be up here. Thank you so much. We'll be back later for the panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Ola Bratt. Yes, and you have been very brave, all of you sitting here. Now it's time for lunch, lunch break. And of course, as you know by now, you know the drill, I think. I have to remind you again about the exhibition space. So before going off to lunch, maybe you check in, or maybe during lunch, you can see, for example, the efforts made of implementing precision medicine in an equal way for childhood cancer. And outside the conference venue, there will be people with, I think they have tags that are orange in some way. That if you are lost, if you don't find your way to the food, they will help you. I don't know exactly, but you know, I'm sure you're going to find the food somewhere. And we will restart again at exactly 10 minutes past 2. So it's quite a long lunch. I wish you bon appétit and welcome back. eller? Welcome back, everybody, to this high-level conference building on EU's Beating Cancer Plan and the yet unfinished second session on early detection. Before lunch, we heard about the benefits and, well, the struggles with prostate cancer. And we will now continue. And this is, I've heard, the first time we will hear this in Europe, actually. We will hear about the National Croatian Lung Cancer Screening Program. Welcome to you, Professor Miloslav Samardzija from the University of Zagreb. You'll be sharing some of the experiences that you have done. I know you have only 10 minutes, so you can't share all experiences. And you will talk about the implementation and benefits of population-based lung cancer screening.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ladies.
You may give him an applause.
Yes. Thank you. You should listen, this tough lady. She reminds me, I think, at least 4 times that I have only 10 minutes. However, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished organizers and guests, it is a privilege to be here. And on behalf of Croatian delegation, I would like to express sincere gratitude for inviting us and give us a chance for the first time, for the first presentation in Europe, European First Lung Cancer National Screening Program. I will talk very briefly about the whole idea, rationale, the implementation, the design and future task of the whole program. During today's sessions, you mentioned all those topics. As you all know, Croatia is a small country, but from the beginning we don't want to make a pilot project. We want to found it and establish the National Lung Cancer Screening Program, and we started in 11 cities to cover whole country. We started with 16 radiology centers. In the meantime, spread to additional 4 or 5. Our program is based on randomized clinical trials. One of the biggest and more important are European trial. You are all familiar with the Nelson trial. All those trials showed that lung cancer mortality can be significantly reduced with introduction of screening program. That difference, that benefit is even more pronounced in female population, up to 40% of mortality reduction. Where is the catch-24? In fact, we are talking about the stage shift with the introduction of screening. Shift from advanced metastatic stage to early detection, to early stage of the disease. But if we are looking what we are used to do, we are all waiting in our offices for patients with symptoms. The benefit of the screening is active approach to healthy high-risk population. The definition of high-risk population is different from country to country. At this moment, we all believe that we are talking about heavy smokers above age of 50. In the meantime, we reduced the package habit from 30 to 20, and I'm pretty sure in the very near future we will start to talk about high-risk female population who are not smokers. But that will be a part of the future. However, whatever you want to use, whatever criteria you want to use, actions against smoking, some kind of smoking education and smoking cessation programs should be obligatory, mandatory part of the screening program to avoid the conflict between smokers and non-smokers. Be aware of that. Croatian program has 5 main components. The first one is to establish very precise criteria how to analyze low-dose CT, because it is sophisticated new diagnostic tool. It is very, very valuable tool, but it is not used in clinical practice for many years. Volumetric analysis should be a part of that, but should be done through artificial intelligence platform. Otherwise, you will make a lot of mistakes. And finally, in Croatia, from the beginning, we made decision that the whole program will be based on GPs and will be completely digitalized. Now I will explain a few important components of the whole story. We will not talk about the technical characteristic, but just to remember and to have in your mind, we are talking about early detection of the lung cancer, which means that we are looking for cancers in the range between 6 and 15 millimeters. The reason for that, those small cancers can be operated and can be cured. For the first time, we are talking and we use the word cure when we are talking about the lung cancer. We are not talking about the PFS, we are not talking about the 5-year survival, we are talking about the cure rate. It is so important to remember. Volumetric analysis, 3D analysis, and the use of artificial intelligence, in fact, are essential components of the whole program. If you want to do that, you should use volumetric analysis. The reason for that are very precise criteria how to differentiate small lesions, small nodules from cancer or not cancer, to avoid false positive or false negative results. It is very important, and you have to be very strict in that direction. When we are talking about the artificial intelligence, it is important in terms of sensitivity, it is important in terms of reproducibility, because you will follow those participants for years, probably for decades. At the same time, AI enables our participants to increase their mobility. Mobility from city to city, from hospital to hospital, from country to country. We expected that, not just because we are European community, because the fact that those people will live for years or centuries. The Croatian program is completely different from other types of screening programs, because we don't want to rely on invitation letters. We don't want to be based on the TV campaign or media campaign. From the beginning, we give the main role to our GPs. To do that, we have to build digital platform, IT platform, which connects more than 2,000 GPs with 20 radiology centers and with 6 centers for additional workup and finally the surgery. That was a demanding task at the beginning, but now through that platform we can do everything. Enrollment, scheduling, reporting. The other advantage of the digital platform is that you can control all the steps during the screening program. You can follow participants from the beginning until the eternity, and of course you can make all the necessary changes. For example, we talk about digital calculator for the risk at the beginning. It is very easy to implement that as a first step when you have a digital platform. Now everything works perfectly. And the other advantage is you have everything in structured way, which means each report will be structured. It is very important if you want to be strict, if you want to use the same criteria in each country, in each hospital, for the same purpose. And finally, I will remember you to one of the main goals of this conference. You were talking about the digital transformation. You were talking about the data-based cancer care. To do that, you need digital platform. You should collect all the data and then make decisions. Just a few words about results. Until now, we performed almost 14,000 scans. That means approximately 12,000 participants. We expected that the level of the positive results will be in the range between 1 and 5%. Now we have data, it is around 4%. Positive findings means that lung nodules which are detected in that low-dose CT scan fulfill criteria for additional workup. In fact, in simple way, that means biopsy. Until now, in 1% more than 1% of them, lung cancer was confirmed. That means when we are talking about the absolute numbers, we made diagnosis of more than 120 lung cancers. Half of them were not eligible for the surgery due to advanced stage, but the other half were operated. And half of those which means approximately 25%, had confirmed stage 1. That means they are probably cured. We are really talking about the cure rate, and we confirm that is a proof of evidence that scientific trials were completely right. Whenever you open and whenever you discover a new world, you will see the new challenges on the horizons. At this moment, for me, the most teasing challenge is to think and to make actions how to extend lung cancer screening program. The reason for that is we use CT scan. Low-dose CT scan is very sophisticated diagnostic tools, which means that we can see not just the lung nodule, we can see the whole lung, we can see the coronary artery disease, the early signs of that, we can see thyroid, liver, and other diseases. At this moment, we made the first, let's say, small scientific project in order to make diagnosis of COPD. COPD is, at this moment, third cause of death in USA, also in Western Europe. Approximately 80% of our participants on low-dose CT scan had signs of COPD, emphysema. That is the most frequent phenotype of COPD. Half of them, in the meantime, were proven by spirometry. That is the future, let's say, one of the additional directions in the future of the screening programs. And finally, go back to today's conference. At this moment, we are searching for reliable partners to perform big data analysis. When you have 15,000 CT scans, when you have all data in the unique same digital platform, you can make a new analysis, and at this moment we are dreaming about the automatic analysis, automatic reporting, and really we hope so that we will find the solution for your last topic, how to create data-driven cancer care. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You will be back in a few minutes for the panel discussion. Very interesting, very interesting. Thank you so much. And you kept the 10 minutes. Yes. Yeah, you promised that. Okay, we have one more speaker before we start with the panel discussion, and I just want to welcome you as well, Mr. Ettore Capoluongo, Professor of Clinical Biochemistry and Molecular Biology at University Federico II in Naples, Italy, yes. And the title of your lecture is Biomarkers for Early Detection of Cancer, yes? All right.
Yes, thank you.
We'll listen to you. Very welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The topic is very vast, and I agree with Professor Costa that it is very difficult to compress in 10 minutes this huge issue. In this moment are present in many countries some programs, screening programs, with different level of coverage for population depending on the regional and the country infrastructure. In the meanwhile, there are coming on the market many new tools trying to address some questions. The first one is how to detect very early cancer cells. One of the potential tools is represented by cfDNA, containing a small part that is the circulating tumor DNA. But although the technologies are improving every day in tracing these molecules in the blood, there are no consistent results about the effectiveness of these tests in the real life. We have many possibilities to introduce this biomarker, potential biomarker, in all phases of the patient path, but although the literature is full of data, the transfer on the clinical setting is still far to be achieved. What are the main challenges in this setting? The first one are biological, the knowledge. We have listened today to many colleagues speaking about the knowledge. The knowledge is important before and comes before the implementation. Because we think that technology can replace the brain, human brain, and can replace the approach to patient. If we have the technology and the technology is able to detect at very low level some molecules, the reason why the molecule is present in the blood is not very well understood, and sometimes that molecule is not representative of cancer cells. So one of the big issues to overcome is to interpret the role of these variants present in biological fluids. Blood is the major investigated because it's very far to be collected, and the tumor heterogeneity is a part of the issue. The comorbidities of any individual can affect the resolution of our tests, and the background secretion of this biomarker and these variants in the blood is one of the confounding variable. So what are the main challenges of early detection in cancer? There are no universally recognized biomarkers that can be useful in every stage of the early cancer detection, and because we have studied for a long time the advanced disease rather than the early cancer process, and the tumor burden can affect the release of these molecules, so sometimes we cannot detect anything, although the cancer is present in the individual. This is the relationship between the primary tumor burden and the average of clonal plasma allele variant allele frequencies. And if you have this diameter, 1 cc, you have that allele frequency in the blood. So if you detect this variant, you cannot completely respond to the question, where is the tumor? The first one is the first question that cannot be addressed is this: where is the tumor? And if we collect 10 milliliters of blood with that allele frequency, we can estimate that in the blood there are 6 molecules per tube that are representative of a somatic mutation. The role of these 6 molecules must be established in the context of the patient history. The technical challenge is represented by the dilution of this biomarker in the blood. So it is not, we are not sure to enrich this information by the blood. So in this moment, there is no standardization in the approach to this type of tests. There are centers where a patient is collected with 20 milliliters of blood. In other centers, they perform this type of test on 1 milliliter. And the volume and the blood amount does matter very much in this setting. The other biomarkers and the current biomarkers, lack of specificity, and also the sensitivity is not so high, so we can determine anxiety in patients receiving this type of results, and also the doctors are confused in patient management. The main issue to overcome, and I believe that artificial intelligence will help us in achieve this, in overcome this problem, is to assess the presence of disease and to localize the cancer to the anatomical site. The presence of P53 mutation in the blood does not distinguish lung from liver. So we have to create a multimodal and multi-parameter analysis to have data available in clinical setting. But for the imaging, the situation is not different, because the resolution of PIT is above 7 millimeters. So the lack of sensitivity regards both imaging and blood-based genomic testing. And the reason why this happens is that tumor takes about 10 years to develop and to become evident in a patient at early stage or in metastatic setting. So the biology of a tumor affects our capability to determine and to detect these biomarkers in the blood. The WHO has distinguished very well the early detection from the screening. Early detection comes much more time before the diagnosis. So we have to detect these molecules as soon as possible. And Collins told that every disease must become pediatrics, because we have to detect very early the possibility and the risk to develop any type of disease. The current screening are these, but for PSA, for prostate cancer, this screening have failed because the number of deaths are the same of 20 years ago, and the number of new diagnosed people with prostate cancer are higher year by year, and the number of cancers continue to increase worldwide in the last year. But there is only one recognized information, that if the diagnosis is made in the presence of the symptoms, for some tumors the stage is higher and that negatively impacts on the prognosis. So we have to arrive very early with the detection of possible biomarkers of disease. Now, one of the possible solutions that scientists are studying is the capability of dogs to detect volatile molecules in the breath of individuals to screen lung cancer or also prostate cancer. But is this a solution? I don't know if it is the solution, because we have to standardize all the process. And we have also other possible new tools that are these synthetic molecules that can be introduced in any individuals in order to detect in different ways the presence of metabolites or molecules related to cancer, but these molecules are only in the setting of preclinical studies, are not applicable in clinical setting. To finish my presentation, I would like to show this very pioneeristic paper published 4 years ago on Science, where these scientists combined genetic and protein data coming from different tumors all together, giving us score able to distinguish healthy from sick individuals. They were able also to detect the presence of the tumor in different organs, but after this study, the implementation has not come, and particularly the sensitivity of this test is still very low, and the limit of detection of these the technologies applied to this type of study is not so high, and depends on the technology, the capability to detect these molecules, because if you use standard molecular instruments, you have from 1 to 5% of limit of detection. You can go at very low levels if you use digital PCR. We have to decide how we have to work and which technology is the best in this type of setting. I go to finish, and we should use as a model this type of infrastructure, oncology referral network, qualify the access, increase equity, valuing professional institutions. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to underline, as there are many barriers that affect the implementation of this type of test in clinical setting. The first one is the knowledge, and before these innovative technologies, we should take into account as 4 out of 10 cancers are preventable. So we should try to focus on the screening for hereditary cancer, cardiovascular disease, neurodegenerative condition, and metabolic disease, where the literature data are very robust. So we have to work a lot to implement this type of screening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please stay.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have to rush you because we have, this time that is limited. I would like the other panelists to come up on stage, because now it's time for the panel discussion. So I will just introduce you for some reason I've forgotten their names. So it's Dr. Costa, Professor Bratt, Professor Samagia, and of course Professor Capolongo. Nice to have you. And
thank you.
As previously, we will first listen to another stakeholder that is with us virtually, and he will put a question. So we'll see. Welcome, Mr. George Kapetanakis, Secretary of the Board at the European Cancer Patient Coalition. Nice to have you here. What is your question today?
Thank you very much for the invitation. European Cancer Patient Coalition is the voice of people with cancer in Europe and beyond. With 450 members in 50 countries, its vision is for a Europe of equality, where all Europeans with cancer have timely and affordable access to the best treatment and care available. It is well known that access to high-quality cancer care, integrating prevention programs, clinical care and research, still varies significantly both between and within member states. And this results in differences in treatment outcomes and quality of life after treatment for patients. To address such disparities, the Commission proposed to establish an EU-wide network of comprehensive cancer infrastructures that would link the national comprehensive cancer centers and other existing cancer care networks in each EU member state. At the same time, the revision of the Council recommendation on cancer screening has high on the agenda of the Czech was high on the agenda of the Czech presidency and has been adopted by EPSCO Council in December 2022. For us as a patient organization, it is important to ensure that citizens in the EU have access to high-quality cancer screening programs and can benefit from improved cancer survival. Therefore, we would like to understand what concrete steps and actions will European Commission take together with Member States to decrease the differences between EU countries regarding provision of cancer screening, including identifying barriers and facilitators for utilization of screening services within different health systems.
Okay.
Will the CCIs have a role in developing quality standards for piloting and rolling out modifications of existing and introduction of new screening programs to avoid quality discrepancies between member states? Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very big question, I think. Dr. Costa, would you like to answer this question? Help, yes, help.
I ask help for the committee. No?
Please.
Hear me.
Yeah, it's on you. I'm sorry.
Okay. I will talk only about the lung cancer screening program in EU. I have to admit that approximately 2 months ago, European Commission approved the project named SOLAS. The aim of that project is that in the next 3 years, we will collect data from all European countries to see the infrastructure, the organization, the level of the screening program, and give the recommendation to the European Commission how to implement, let's say, the more or less unique lung cancer screening program in the whole EU. As a Croatian, and I am responsible for the chapter called implementation. You know, that is based on our national screening program. I'm pretty sure that we will collect all the data until the end of this year and will be able to give something, to give very precise recommendation what to do. I'm pretty sure it is impossible to implement Croatian example in all European countries because it is not so easy to develop the infrastructure in some of them. It is not so easy to build the unique digital IT platform, but I'm pretty sure that we will do that as a next step.
Yeah, so clearly this problem, actually, which it is, or this obstacle is addressed. Would you like to add something here, Dr. Costa?
Yes, just saying that Easy Peasy knows very well that it's not in the power of the Commission to establish procedures valid for all. Our role is study, make science, make recommendation, and then there is a great autonomy, independence of the single member states. So you have the role as advocates to also play and make clear the request state by state and country by country.
Yes, very nice though. Mr. Kapetanakis, thank you for joining us today. I hope that you have got some answer of the question. We will continue the discussion because it's actually a conference on equal cancer care for all. Thank you for now, and I know that Professor Capolongo...
I would like to add something.
Yes, you just, because the stakeholder will continue to listen to us. Yes, from
the
abroad.
problem is how to create infrastructure in this moment, because also in Italy we have a very big issue. We have 20 regions connected to the centralized Ministry of the Health, and every region is independent. So the success of these screening programs depends on the regional organization. But coming back to the type of screening, we should try to invert the paradigm, because we know that there are many diseases that are preventable. We have breast cancer, prostate cancer, ovarian cancer that are big, that is a big killer in this moment for women. Prostate cancer are all related at genetic level, because there are some driver genes that can very easily distinguish people at risk or not. So you can focus very tightly on those individuals that are carriers of mutations, and then you can screen in a general way the other ones. So you save money and you invest in a personalized screening rather than on a general screening.
What do you say, Professor Bratt?
Well, genetics will certainly play a role, but I think on a population level, the men that can be identified as high risk on genetics is still a small part of the men that will die from prostate cancer. So those men will probably need a more intensive screening algorithm, but we can't stop screening the others. Actually, what I didn't have the time to say, it's that PSA is actually a wonderful screening test to rule out a risk of prostate cancer. So about 2/3 of men in their 50s, they have a PSA below 1, and their risk of having an advanced prostate cancer within the next 15 years is so low that they don't need to repeat screening until after maybe 5, 6, 7 years. And many of them still have a low PSA after 6 years. So I'd say about 1/3 of the male population can be screened with just 3 or 4 PSA tests, say age 50, 56, 62, and 68. 1/3 of the male population can be screened with 4 simple blood tests at the cost of, I don't know, €5 per test, or 10 maybe with the... So you can't beat that. The problem is what to do with the other 2/3. But PSA will remain an excellent test to rule out prostate cancer risk. Individualized screening.
So I know this might be a little bit naive question, but why isn't that done?
We are doing it.
Yeah, you're doing it, but can you apply that to other cancers as well?
No, so this is specific for
Okay,
prostate
okay.
cancer. The
Then I
PSA test, again, is an excellent test to rule out cancer. There is no other blood test or other biomarker that can so efficiently rule out a risk of cancer.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, if I may add on a short comment to the whole discussion. At this moment, I think that more or less all programs are going in 2 directions, which will be addition on the basic whole project. One direction is some kind of risk calculation based on the what we mentioned today: medical history, family history, exposure to smoke, to pollution, to all other factors. And the second direction is we are all trying to find the biomarker. Probably that will be gene expression, probably that will be a protein or something like that, like PSA, like PCR developed proteins.
So there are 2 parallel processes at the moment.
Yes, and they are both part of the screening programs. But at this moment, my opinion is, please give me a comment on that. We are still on the scientific level with those 2 ways. That at this moment it is not practically used. It is very hard to translate that. It is very hard to explain to general population what we are doing at this moment on the scientific level.
Yeah, did you want to add something?
Yeah, maybe there is a third area still in the concept of the general statistics screening. We have not mentioned colon and colorectal.
Yeah.
What do we do for colon? And I've always been impressed by the fact that the experts of colon say that even if you do once in your life a colonoscopy, you will automatically reduce the risk of colorectal cancer, because most cancer come from polyps, and when you do a colonoscopy, they remove the polyps. So it's a pure statistical thing. And again, you will ask, why don't you do it? Because a lot of people don't like to do colonoscopy.
Yeah.
It's horrible. You have to stay 1 day on the loo.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I've heard that. Yes,
okay.
I've heard that. You don't have to go to any
But it
detail.
works.
Yeah, but it was. Well, then I just, since you are talking about people don't want to do it, the problem of compliance, I think 1 or 2 of you have been addressing that issue as well. When we talk about prevention, I mean, we have been mentioning also different socioeconomic groups, and those maybe who should be really, coming to the screenings aren't doing that. How is there a solution how to attract people to really come to screenings or testing? Yeah.
It depends on the organization and on the infrastructure. Because if
Tell
you
us.
have people, you have a psychologist, for example, in the unit, convincing you that it is necessary, particularly in people with low level of knowledge or culture, it is important to explain how much is important to screen them. Sometimes they arrive that they have a big disease with metastatic condition, so they arrive at the end of the story.
Yeah, but I have to ask Professor Samagia, you said, for example, I think you said to me when we talked on the phone that you are not using media, for example. You don't want to involve the media to get people to come to screenings. Why not? Why don't you use this PR possibility?
Yeah. I'm not against the media.
No, I'm sure you're not.
You know, I'm on the side of the media and the general population, and we have to use media to increase awareness and to give a knowledge to a general population. There is no doubt about that. But when you come deeply into the screening process, then you will discover something completely new, like my colleague mentioned.
Yes.
People are afraid of screening procedures.
So
They are so afraid that at this moment we have to establish the psychology department, which is specially designed for the purpose of the screening, and the questions which will be produced by the screening methods. It is very important also to establish the information desk, not just for the general population, but also for our colleagues. Mm-hmm. Today someone mentioned the payers so many times. I will tell you, the annual cost of the Croatian National Lung Cancer Screening Program is the cost of 2 or 4 metastatic therapies per year, okay? We saved 30 lives for the cost of, let's say, 4 metastatic prolongation of life.
Okay.
That is not the money issue, but that is the issue of organization, education, and we are always afraid of new unknown things. We are in the completely new area, that is new concept. We have to think about the screening and early detection as a new concept, a new field in the medicine. That is what we have to do. Okay. And so I'm so proud on EU Commission that recognize that. You know.
Yes, I couldn't agree more. I think preventive medicine, public health is very much about changing people's behavior. It's so easy for medical specialists like myself. I concentrate on prostate cancer screening. That's what I want to do. And you want to do lung cancer screening, and someone wants to do breast cancer screening. But of course, the ideal would to have a new kind of healthcare professionals who are experts in individualizing preventive medicine for people. And I mean, if a man who's 50 years old, has a BMI of 32, is smoking 1 pack per year, having a PSA test is not what he needs. And if we just invite all 50-year-old men to a PSA test, which is what we do, we miss those men. So ideally, we should invite people at the age of, I don't know, 40, 50, 60, I'm not a public health expert, and then go through all the different kinds of preventive measures that can be taken. Some men don't need a PSA, they need to lose weight and stop smoking and exercise.
But this is really strange because it's like we were back of what you were talking about, Dr. Costa, when you know, the 15 years old, they didn't want to come to get the bad news. Is there any way, I mean, do you have any idea of how this can be overcome? I mean, if there is this fear of going to screenings, so what's the point?
Not only the fear, I think it's important what we are doing. Meetings like this are very important because they are not all doctors or not all socio-political, media. because it's a mix. I thought it was a joke, but no offense for the Irish in the room, but I heard somebody saying the cause of skin cancer is Ryanair, because the main cause, the main risk factor, because they bring people. If you suddenly go from Belfast to Tenerife and you don't know how to manage the sun, you come back and after 10 years you have melanoma.
So what's your point here? Before
with O'Reilly. So that shows that, as you said, it's very right. So public medicine has to be a mix of knowledge and competence, and also respect the individual will, though. You can't force people. There is a limit to force. You can offer, you must offer, and you must offer it in a quality system, but then leave the freedom and say, I don't want to know.
Or is it a question, as you, I think you said it, one of you said it to our stakeholders that was here, that you put it back on the patient representatives. They have to work to make people go to the doctors and to the screening programs, etc. Is it? I mean, everybody has a responsibility here on both sides.
Yes, but I also believe that the compliance from patient comes earlier if you perform a test that has an impact also on the families.
Yes.
Because for genetic screening, when you say to patient, this mutation can be shared with many individuals in your family, the interest in the screening rises too much. And I am a geneticist. I speak to patients every day. And when the mutation is present, you have all the family members out of in front of your room waiting for the blood draw. So I believe that this is one of the ways to run for fight cancer, because if you combine the genetic screening and the general screening, the success is much higher, I believe, because you focus on patients that are at risk with a strict follow-up, and then you can, in parallel, perform the general screening. But in this moment, we screen patients with genetic risk with patients without. So our capability to collect ill patients is not so high, because they are diluted among 1 million people.
Yes, and I would like also to address a little bit what you were talking about, Professor Bratt. It was about the organization. I think you all agree that there is a qualified organization needed if we, well, let's say that people actually are coming, because there are people coming to screenings as well and testing. How should that be organized? What is the main, I mean, I don't know, the issue? What's the problem? Is it that every region, since you seem to have the same organization in Italy, regions, is it that it's organized differently, or what's the issue here with the organization?
There are clearly differences between European countries. In some countries, the Scandinavian and others, we have personal identification numbers, which means that we can easily track people and see if they contract cancer. So the registers in some countries are excellent to follow up screening. In other countries, there are no such registers, but follow up, and as we heard repeatedly, to really certify the quality of a screening process is essential. If you just focus on diagnosing cancer, you will just cause a mess. You have to follow all the steps with quality control in each step, otherwise you will just ruin the system.
How did you get people to come to the lung cancer screening? How did you make it?
In fact, it is very easy. I will tell you, if you really have willingness to implement artificial intelligence and digitalization, then you don't have to think about any kind of borders. You overcome that with the technology. It is the same. Will you perform the screening on the national base, European base, or regional base, if you use the modern technology and the modern infrastructure?
And what is that? Is that mobile apps? Is it
whatever you want, you can use.
You did?
Yes,
you
we
did
use
that?
everything.
Okay.
Yes. Or you can build a special digital platform, or you can base that on the mobile app, whatever you want to use.
Okay.
But you look for people, you say you went to 20, so people who smoked 20 cigarettes for 20
30.
years?
Yes, 20 pack years.
But now they are down to 20,
Yes,
which is interesting.
It will go down, but I think that the most important answer to your question is communication.
Yeah.
The reason why we take the GPs as the main players, they have much more time. That is their obligation. That is their description of the work, to communicate with the general population, with all the possible participants in the screening programs. I will not do that as a hospital physician. You know, you will not do that as a politician. Media can facilitate that, but they will do the job. Communication is always the best solution for any problem. We all know that. That was the reason. And in fact, with the GPs, we increased the enrollment rate to 94%. All participants accepted that because their physician tell them, you will go and make CT scan.
Yes, okay. Good. Good for you and for them.
Yeah,
I would
good
say.
for them.
Good for them, of course. I would like to go back to also the topic on of personalized diagnostic that you were talking about, Dr. Costa, I think, for early detection, of course, because this is something that I think a lot of people are asking for and trying to achieve as well. What is needed to come to that point that we can talk about personalized diagnostics? Is it with biomarkers?
I believe that personalized diagnostics will come when we will have complete knowledge of the individual pattern. And to achieve this goal, we need to combine proteomics, genomics, metabolomics, artificial intelligence, the phenotype, the imaging all together. And there is no test in this moment able to identify perfectly what is the situation in each individual affected by cancer. But the problem is that the technology is used differently in different hospitals. The approach in many hospitals is comprehensive, so you can screen all the structural and point mutations in a cancer. In other hospitals, you only screen for 5 genes or 5 mutations that are related to that cancer. So the approach is still very heterogeneous in this moment.
So how can you make this approach? I mean, like
one way, one guideline. The same for every patient with that condition. If we don't decide that every patient should be followed with that type of test, we don't solve the issue. Because in many countries like Germany or Sweden, they perform huge screening on genomes of cancer or for other diseases. In Italy, we cannot do because the infrastructure is not ready. Only a few centers are able to perform this type of tests. There is no reimbursement. For many of these, there is no coverage. Only for lung cancer, we have a specific funding from the government to cover NGS testing for lung cancer. But for the other cancer, there is no money in this moment. No. But ovary cancer is a paradigmatic for this in this context.
So please tell me. Now I have a very long question, so I start with my introduction to the question, and it's, I mean, one of the flagships initiative on this Beating Cancer plan is the cancer screening scheme, which includes, as we heard earlier today, the new Council recommendation on screening adopted late last year. The aim is to ensure that 90% of the EU population who qualify for breast, cervical and colorectal cancer screening are offered such screening by 2025. And, well, how will this be monitored? How can we ensure that this actually will happen? Or is this, I don't know, it's huge. I mean, 90% for all these cancers. Please tell me
I
how
guess
is
you're
this?
the one to give the answer to
able
that.
to respond.
Allora.
I'm not able to respond allora.
Sì, allora.
Allora. You want me to respond in Italian?
I won't say anything, you know. I won't respond if you do
No,
that.
I think these are data which are it's very possible to monitor that. It's another thing whether we will succeed, because try to think of what it meant making all this plan, for example, of the Europe Beating Cancer Plan.
Yeah, it's very
without
ambitious.
having
I
a
have to
clue.
say, with all respect, it's really ambitious.
No, it's really ambitious,
yes.
but also nobody knew about COVID. So, for example, we were all concentrated in planning this, and then the guys arrived, put everybody in a mess for 2 years, would spend all the money in vaccine instead of screening. So I would definitely suggest strongly to change that date a little bit.
Okay,
and this is off record, and I would never
That
say
was
to Commissioner Kyriakidis, but that's it. Who would expected COVID, for example? Can you imagine what it meant 2 years for the national health systems?
No, of course. It was an interesting answer, though, that you wanted to, you know, put the date a little bit forward. That's
at
a
least
recommendation.
the 2 years of COVID is a discount that everybody is getting now.
Yeah. Okay, listen, we have to summarize a little bit this discussion. There are a lot of more questions. For example, we haven't talked about the overdiagnostics, the risk with overdiagnostics, but you made it clear, Professor
Very
Bratt.
clear.
Yeah, but to summarize this discussion, given all the knowledge now that we have on and the technology at hand, what do you think should be prioritized to reach equal early detection for cancer in all EU member states? It's a little bit the same question, I think, that we had in the beginning. What should be prioritized? Who wants to begin?
Well, I can begin because
Okay.
I think I have an easy one. As long as there are so many unknowns for prostate cancer screening, although I'm much in favor of this subject, I would strongly recommend the countries to rather implement the screening programs that have a clear benefits, colorectal, breast, lung, and cervical screening before you start experimenting with prostate cancer screening, because we need to know more. We will know more within just a few years because of the ongoing screening trials. But wait till the results and you'll know more and focus on what you know that you need to do.
But just to be clear, I mean, still, these are recommendations. It's not mandatory to have the... So,
exactly.
Yes, of course. Okay, then maybe...
we know very well that 1 out of 432 women moving every day is a carrier of BRCA mutation, BRCA1 or BRCA2 mutation. So we have priority. We have to prioritize this screening in women.
Okay.
BRCA test screening is fundamental because it covers also colorectal cancer, because Lynch syndrome is related, and ovarian, and prostate, and pancreatic cancer that are rising year by year. So to implement genetic screening for BRCA1 and BRCA2 is mandatory for me.
Okay. Interesting. Yes.
Yeah, I think...
I don't know what's happening. It's night, it's day,
it's time to close.
The time is over. It's
Please
over.
put on the light again.
Yeah, from the organizational point of view, the priority should be full integration of the screening process in the medical health service. We are not used to use the screening.
Okay.
You know,
Does
we
that
are
count?
used to treat patients. We are used to
But
make diagnostic.
are you talking now of your country or the whole?
European in general.
In general, in
that
the Union.
should be obligatory, mandatory part of the medical service. Full integration of the screening methods in our everyday services. You know, we didn't do that. Not in Europe. We didn't do that anywhere in the world. That was, let's say, one of the main reasons why we choose GPs. We want to have full integration. And the second important point which Europe should think about is data management. At this moment, we know how to collect knowledge, how to collect data,
Yes.
but who will
Data
analyze them? There is no scientific proof of all the benefits of early detection and prevention without that analysis.
Yes.
Someone have to do that, and that should be done on the huge, wide level, not on the in the small nations or just a few centers.
Yes.
That should be done.
We will talk about
Through the Europe.
data-driven and
Yes,
big
that's-
data. So, Dr.
that's-
Costa, just 1 minute.
Final message is developing in parallel the medical services, because if we do the screening, we do the early detection, and then we are not ready to treat in a proper way, and
Yes.
we still treat in the wrong way, we ruin the whole operation. We spoil it all. So that have to go in parallel.
Parallel. Very interesting to listen to you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guys, all the best.
Yeah, we
I
have
have to catch my plane.
Yes. Well, they are thanking each other. I will go on with the program as we did in the last part, the first subject. We have now our social media moderator with us again. Robert, how are you now? What's happening out there?
I'm very well, thank you, Nezma, and thank you for the introduction. And hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the event so far. It was great to see the country cancer profiles that were published over lunch, igniting such a discussion on Twitter. But aside from that, we noticed two main themes emerging in the conversation taking place online. One of those themes being the role of legislation and industry in cancer prevention, with specific reference to the food, drink, and tobacco industries. The second theme deals with communicating our objectives to the people of Europe. What we can tell you is that health promotion and disease prevention is a crucial component of the EU cancer plan. For instance, the Healthy Lifestyle for All initiative promotes healthy lifestyles and more sustainable diets across all generations and social groups. We're also planning to publish a prevention package later this year, including proposals for council recommendations on vaccine preventable diseases and tobacco. For more information on this, we encourage you to visit our website and view the cancer plan itself. In the meantime, if you have any burning questions, please do share them with us via Slido or via Twitter, and we will do our very best to answer those questions. Also, if you are talking about the event on Twitter, remember to use the hashtag EU Cancer Plan. That's hashtag EU Cancer Plan. And that's all from me. Then back to you.
Yes, thank you, Robert Holton. You kind of it's like hearing a commercial for the EU Commission. A little bit. It's nice hearing from you. Just one more question: is the tone on social media, is it very polite? Is it or is it? Yeah. They are polite out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, I think the people want to know this information. That people are curious.
Good.
That's a good tone.
Good. You will be back once more before we finish this conference today. So have a coffee break for you also. Thank you, Robert. And now we will have coffee. Thanks. We will have a coffee break here, and just as I told you before, please go and see the exhibition. I think most of you have done it. I've seen a lot of people there. So we will have a short break, and we will continue at in about 25 minutes. So at 15:35 we will start. So please be back a little bit earlier if possible. Thank you. Tänkte ni ta jingeln igen eller? Welcome back to the conference, and we will just start with the next topic, and as usual Professor Martling will introduce the final subject for today. Yes, health data, please.
Thank you. Yes, I will now introduce the last and final session of today's conference, Health Data, a key to modern and equitable cancer care. As stated in the European Beating Cancer Plan, as much as 30% of the world's stored data today is produced by the health systems. The use of this data within cancer care could be revolutionary, I would say. And we have already in the previous session breached the subject of what data could do regarding prevention and early detection. And I would say handling health data is the key to both prevention and also early detection, but not at least also cancer care. And with handling is a broad aspect, I would say, needing competence, but also using intelligent tools to process the data. I have argued that investing in both prevention and early detection is a mean to creating sustainability within care, as said in the previous sessions. Quite often in discussion concerning the use of data, and specifically for the development of precision medicine-based treatments, voices are raised concerning the cost of these treatments. It is argued that the cost is too high and the treatment is too inaccessible. Today, this might be true, but there is a reason to believe that focusing efforts on the efficient use of data would also be a key to creating sustainability within cancer care. By doing so, we could accelerate the process of ensuring the right match between treatment and each cancer patient's individual needs and biology. Ensuring these matches creates both the best possible circumstances for effective care and efficient use of resources within cancer care. For this to become reality, however, major obstacles remain. First of all, access to data needs to be improved. Access today is often limited both within and across national borders. Secondly, there are important discussions to be had, and we mentioned that in the previous panel's discussion concerning how we use this data. We need to ensure that the systems we use to process data do so in a way that the findings are representative and equal value to all patient groups. We also need to ensure that the integrity of the patients is well protected, while simultaneously making certain that we truly are offering the best possible care to patients by maximizing and using the same data. Thirdly, we will need to prepare our healthcare sectors within the right skills. introducing a broader use of data-driven cancer care in our healthcare systems will entail an increased need for IT architects, technicians, mathematicians, and others. So one of the major remaining questions, I would say, regarding data-driven cancer care is, are we ready for it? To initiate this discussion, I have the honor of presenting the first speaker of the final session of today's conference, Marco Marcella. Marco Marcella is head of unit at DG Connect at the European Commission. Mr. Marcella will today be speaking about the European Imaging Initiative. So welcome up on stage, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So I think that we heard already 2 or 3 times the word artificial intelligence, and in the prosecutions we will hear even more. Now, artificial intelligence is very interesting, especially because it will make possible to do links on data that it would be otherwise very difficult to do. Now, we know that it works. If you take diabetic retinopathy, you can train a beautiful artificial intelligence techniques, which will be used even in hospitals for delivering standard of care. In the US was the first medical device, artificial intelligence adopted or approved by FDA. Now, artificial intelligence is there since ages, so 20, 30 years ago. But today we do have transformative technologies that are helping us. So first of all, we can use the power, computing power. And second, we can actually use data technology that will allow us to treat huge amounts of data. Now, artificial intelligence will come into the fore in the cancer sphere if we are able to develop good algorithms based on good data. If you have garbage in, you will get garbage out, number one. Number two, if I don't have access to data on cancer, it will be very difficult even to think about an algorithm on AI. So the digital transformations we heard is, for us, in the strategy of the European Commission, is clearly data-driven. And so one of the objectives is that we have to unlock that data. We also saw today that even for skin cancer, you can use beautiful apps that may, check whether this is going to move or it is already cancer. So if we don't unlock the power of data, then we have a little bit of a problem. And the second issue is that this data should be available to the innovators. And the innovators are everywhere in Europe. They are not just, in Paris or in Milano, taking Italian. So one of the flagship initiative of the cancer beating plan, it's called Cancer Imaging Initiative. It is a transformative activity. It is a transformative action. So the idea here is to create a huge network of cancer images that can be rendered available to those who want to experiment. So if I have a little SME that has got a beautiful idea on developing a technologies for instance, cancer detection, then I would need to have access to data for me to test that idea. So in a way, this is a catalyst for innovation. So what have we done, by the way, last week on Monday? We launched a project, an initiative that we will work across Europe, initially with 12 member states, organizations, putting together in a technological infrastructures, I will explain you what I mean by that, data that is referable to cancer, let's say cancer imaging data. We are talking about something like 100,000 patients, cancer patients, from which we will aggregate something like 60 million images. And these 60 million images will be made available, fully GDPR compliant, to the developers so that they can test their idea and verify whether an idea can actually be brought to the market and become a medical device and then be part of a clinical standard of care. So now, to do so, the first point is to create we call it federated repository. What do we mean by federated repository? That we don't create a big database in Rue de la Loi in Brussels, but we rather connect the resources and the data warehouse that are, dispersed in Europe. Working with the federated infrastructure, meaning that you know where the data is and you render it accessible. So that is one of the aim of the project, is to create this super infrastructure that will enable access seamlessly to researchers and to AI developers. And of course, this element will be put at the disposal of the innovators to test, for instance, new solutions, new AI solutions. We were discussing this morning about, screening or, advancing the treatments or for precision medicine or for personalized medicine. In a way, this atlas of cancer images will be serving different stakeholders. Now, who are these different stakeholders? Of course, you see here, this is the ecosystem around this initiative. The researchers, the innovators, those who will develop AI, but also the clinicians. So if it is, so one of the principles will be that it's open to innovation. And when you have to make the things, when you have to make innovation, you have to connect the dots. And we heard today how important it is to connect dots, but therefore it's also important to connect data repositories. So for instance, we are working on the 1 million genome data infrastructure that provides access to 1 million genomes in Europe. Then it would be great if that initiative and that data infrastructure is also connected to cancer images so that somebody can start to make the links. And as we have heard this morning, it would also be very good if that pot of data can also be connected with environmental data. So for some other, to start doing other links for the developments of cancer. So the flow and the data, if you want, input is from hospitals, from clinical centers, from research infrastructure. But I want to put a emphasis on another element, which is the concept of data donation. So this infrastructure will also allow people to donate their cancer images to that infrastructure for somebody to do the research afterwards. And our idea is that in the context of these 60 millions, we would also have images that follow longitudinally the people and the development of cancers in people. So that perhaps at some stage, the AI would also help us, number one, to predict the evolution of a cancer based on images. Number two, it can also help in doing patient stratification, and if even better, it can be used, for instance, for targeting screening, for personalized prevention, if you want. Now, it works because we do have a regulation that is already underpinning data donation, which is called the Data Governance Act. But technology for the sake of technology never works. You need somebody that adopts it, and you also need the right regulatory environment. And that's why it is fundamental for us to look at this initiative in the context of the European Health Data Space, which we'll hear more later this afternoon. So, I said, this is a very rich picture on how it will look like. But the basic message is that this atlas of cancer images will grow because it connects input from all over in Europe. And it will open up access to this data to European players. That is, in essence, what we believe it will come out of it. Now, if you have a great idea, you develop it under research. If you want to test it, you need the data, so we'll give you access to cancer imaging data. But that's not sufficient to promote innovation. So we need to link this to other two initiatives that are very close. First one is that you want to test whether your system, once you have proved that it works, you want to test whether it can be integrated into clinical workflow. So you want to go in a settings that allows you to check whether your solution it is mature, even before you go and ask for certifications under the medical device regulation. And even if you had a good idea and you can improve that it works, well, it's not for sure that you will be able to jump into the market. So we link it to the digital innovation hubs. So in a way, we are covering the full spectrum from the generation of the idea to pushing into the market for the benefits of people. So in a way, this is part of the work that we are doing to shorten the period where you will get technologies to the people that actually need it. And the timeline for the initiative, you know, it starts with this number of countries associated to the project EU-CAIM. And the idea would be that already in 2023, that there will be already the collaboration mechanism established and the data providers linked. And we plan to have at least 30 data providers connected in 2023. So that in 2024, we already see the platform, the first versions of the platform up and running. Up and running means that will also provide access to those who develop AI. So it's not only connecting the data repository, but also starting to experiment with new models of AI, which will be part of these projects. And we hope that over the next 3-4 years, we will be having success with these initiatives and contributing to, the very much needed output of the European Beating Cancer Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marcello. You will be back in a while for the panel discussion. And now I would like to invite our next speaker up to the stage. Where are you, Nina? Yeah, there are you. Yeah, that's nice. You are the Associated Professor and MD, Nina Linder. Yes, nice to have you here. You're working at the University of Uppsala in Sweden and also at the Helsinki University in Finland.
Absolutely, trying to divide me into a Nordic Nina.
Yeah,
okay.
A Nordic Nina. Yeah, and you will be speaking about improved access to cancer diagnostic with the help of the AI.
Yeah. So I'm very,
so please go on.
So I'm very happy to actually go on from the previous speaker, because actually we are showing absolutely how to implement AI-based, like image-based AI on the patient care directly. So this is our approach. I'm going to talk about AI, and of course it has impact on everyday life for everybody of us. So in this you can see that healthcare and diagnostics is just a small part of AI. And diagnostics is even a small part of healthcare. So AI will have an impact on all medical fields where an expert makes a visual interpretation. And within medicine, that's radiology, ophthalmology, dermatology, pathology, and microbiology. And the crude estimate is that 7 to 8 billion visual diagnostic assessments are made globally each year. So this is a huge amount of data, a huge packet of information and diagnostics. But I'm going to talk about pathology and cancer, of course, today. So 3 big promises of medical AI today. That's to create virtual and personal expert assistants, go beyond current expert-based capabilities, achieve superhuman performance, make novel AI-based discoveries, and to improve access to diagnostics. And that's mostly what I'm going to talk about now, of course. So the starting point for AI-based cancer diagnostics on the image side is, of course, to create a digital sample of the slide. Here you can see this is a big size scanner here, and this is the kind of image you get. As you see on the slide here, you can go all the way down to the cancer cell or to another kind of cell. This is not a cancer, this is a small mouse embryo. So just to show that you can go beyond and see whatever you see in a microscope, you can see on a scanned image also. So a global lack of pathologists is actually driving the automated diagnostics. So there is a moderate shortage in most of Europe, but a severe lack in some of the regions of Europe. As you can see maybe on the map up on the top, 70% of the pathologist workforce is concentrated in 10 countries, and none of them are actually in the EU region. So the worst lack of proper diagnostics is within the African region, 1 pathologist per 1 million inhabitants compared to about 50 per 1 million in the US. So why is this? We all know this. It's a lack of pathologist training, too high workload, brain drain, lack of infrastructure, and also, of course, in these low income settings. So what about cancer in 2030? I think you know all about this map, but I'm still going to emphasize. This is, of course, as we all know here in this forum, a growing global challenge. The prevalence is growing in Europe, 113%, in Africa, almost 150%, worldwide, 133%. So 70% of cancer deaths are in low and middle income countries. And limited resources in these countries to respond to challenges. Of course, as we heard, lack of cancer screening, late diagnosis, and also limited access to treatment. So I'm now going to focus on what we have been doing. We have a solution, a platform. Actually, we now heard about the data lakes, but we have kind of flip this coin upside down, and we start now with the patients and problem. And we have a problem with cervical cancer screening in many sites in the world. We have taken East Africa as an example. So our platform uses a small size scanner for point-of-care diagnostics of cervical cancer. It creates a digital slide of the sample and with a small sized microscope, and the magnification of the image is comparable to a lab level microscope, and it's connected via mobile networks to a central server, and the digital sample is transferred for remote diagnostics done either by the human expert, AI, or a combination of both. So what is the advantages of point-of-care AI diagnostics? This is, of course, goes for Europe, this goes for worldwide, and this goes for the experimental settings that we are using in East Africa. So it creates a high-quality image for diverse diagnostics, for example, cancer that we have been studying, but also some infectious diseases. And it allows remote consultation at the point of care and allows task shifting, so it reduces skills needed and decreases the workforce burden. And it can be used for monitoring disease outbreaks, storage of image data within trials, and also for teaching. So now I'll go back to the cervical cancer example that also has been discussed a lot in this meeting. So more than 66,000 women across the EU region are diagnosed with cervical cancer each year, and more than 30,000 die from cervical cancer. So the incidence varies between countries, of course, as you can see is on the map, between 3 to 26 per 100,000 women per year in Europe. So the roadmap for cervical cancer has 3 pillars of action, and this is, of course, increased HPV vaccination, organized screening and treatment of precancerous lesions, and access to quality treatment. So AI-based cervical cancer screening is East Africa, critical shortage of pathologists. So we chose to study this novel diagnostic system in Kenya, but it can be equally used also in low resource settings across Europe. So this is the most common cancer in the African region, and it affects relatively young women. Preventable and early detection is all crucial for these diseases, and the mortality is expected to double by 2030. So we did some clinical studies. We have published a proof of concept study for utilizing this kind of a low-cost scanner for screening of cervical cancer in a small village at the border of Kenya and Tanzania. And then we have also now finished a validation another study with comparing the accuracy of this AI-based method for this diagnostics. And also we do cost-effectiveness studies, time spent for the diagnostics, and also training and patient waiting time and so on. This is crucial, of course, for this kind of diagnostics. Without cost estimations, we are not going to go further with these diagnostics. So this is what is happening, how we train the algorithms. So first the patient samples were collected at the small clinic. The pap smears from the cervical smears were digitized by this low-cost scanner. The image was transferred to a cloud over 3-4G, and the digital slide analyzed by the algorithm, and remote diagnostics was performed. And the result of the diagnosis was sent back to the point of care in the small village in Africa. So this could be as well done in a small setting in anywhere in Europe also. So I have to emphasize that we trained this algorithm. We had over 30,000 iterations for this and almost 100,000 examples of different kinds of cervical cells. So this is not easy to do, but it is doable. So this is just to show the sample acquisition and collection of data. The nurse is taking the sample, the lab technician preparing the glasses with a simple staining method, and then the slide scanner uploading the digital slides over 3 and 4G. So here you can see the detection. This is one patient slide from as an example. The slides were digitized, images uploaded to the cloud server, and the algorithm was trained to find these abnormal cells. In red here you can see the results. Here are the abnormal cells, and in about 5 minutes you can get the answer that this patient does have abnormal cells in her cervical smears. So how will AI change image-based cancer diagnostics by digesting data into groundbreaking medical insights? I don't think so, not in the near future. Or by cracking the most complex disease cases? I don't think so. But by recognizing patterns and offering data-driven outcome prediction, yes, I do so. This will happen. And most of all, by automating truly routine tasks. This will happen quite soon. So key ethical challenges for AI-based diagnostics in medicine. When should AI be used? Who is responsible for the decision at the end of the day? Discrimination associated with AI, risks of AI to cybersecurity, impacts on labor, challenges regarding the commercialization of AI for healthcare. And WHO guidance on the use of AI for health should be followed. And this states that humans should have oversight of the final say. Diagnostics should not be made entirely by machines, and doctors should be able to override them at any time. So also sustainability is going to be promoted, and AI should be used to guide shouldn't be used to guide someone's medical care without consent. So considerations, of course, different kinds of staining quality, sample preparation, and also models for doctor and machine collaborations are lacking. Filing is also a problem, and then, of course, implementation. So automation of cancer diagnostics is facilitated by the deep learning algorithms. Expert-made annotations on cell level are crucial and essential for these kinds of algorithms, and technologies allow diagnostics to be made at the point of care. And the assistance will improve access to cancer diagnostics. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Linder. You will be back also. We just, we meet on the stairs here and change, Now I would like to invite our next speaker. It's on the same topic almost. It's about accelerating cancer research with AI. Please come up, Professor Nikolaus Radzewski, founder and scientific director at the Berlin Institute for Medical Systems Biology and professor at Charité Medical University in Berlin. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, we listen to you. Thanks.
Okay.
I think you are going to give us some news about groundbreaking...
Well, no, I'm going to tell you what's going on.
Okay,
so.
you're telling. Okay. You just...
All right, so first of all, thank you for inviting me, and I really had a very interesting day, learned a lot. I'm a basic scientist who is, for the past 7 years or so, fascinated by applying the technologies that we have now in the basic science to medical, clinical problems. I'll talk today about so-called spatial omics. And this is a way to we can now resolve tissues, for example, a slice of a cancer at single cell or subcellular resolution into molecules. So we know which molecules are active in which cells. And I would just like to say this, you can't maybe see the stars here. There's a beautiful picture if the lights go out a little bit. But cancer, what is essential about cancer, everybody agrees, is the communication between cells, the spatial arrangement of, for example, immune and tumor cells. If the immune cells don't invade the tumor, very bad for the patient. And the tumor has tricks to convince the immune cells to stay outside. So there was a Nobel Prize for this just 5 years ago, celebrated here, 2018, the invention of immunotherapy, which tackles exactly this feature of solid tumors. And what we can do now is actually molecularly quantify these processes for the first time really in an omics way in cancer, in tumors. For this, we need AI to analyze it. And by the way, I would just like to say to Marco Marcella, who gave this fantastic talk about the European, I can't see him, there. But now I think these two fields are coming together because what we are getting are molecular images, okay? And we are already combining them with traditional images, and I'll show how that goes, how that can, I think, push forward pathology into more power, and how we can also link it into really making it accessible maybe to millions of samples cost-wise, and AI. So this is a really an example, an experiment we did. There was an early non-small cell lung cancer patient in the Charité, early diagnosed, treated with chemotherapy, but came back 3 months later full of metastasis. There was nothing to be done. So we took this, we got this from the pathology and did this spatial transcriptomics in several slices that were not totally adjacent, but still to cover a local neighborhood of the tumor. Now, we performed spatial transcriptomics and quantified more than 100 million transcripts from 1,000 cancer genes to hundreds of thousands of cells in these slides. This is the outcome. So this is a traditional, this is a pathology H&E stain that is made in every institute, hospital across the world, and has been done so for the past 20 years. And these data are available, probably millions all over the world from all these cancer patients. Now what we can do is cell type by cell type, because we analyze these data. I'm not going to show you how we did this, but we can now pinpoint respiratory tract cells, the tumor cells, and each dot is not just a dot. We know the molecular contents of these cells, okay? So there are 1,000, there's a huge data set behind each point of information which drives these cells. So next you have the innate immune cells, and then importantly the adaptive immune cells. You can already see that the green stuff is not invading the red stuff. So this is a bad case. You can see it already from here. And there are other cells you can really fill everything. And this is the Nobel Prize 2018, the known targets. So this is PD-L1 axis. This is what immune therapy could do for such a patient. Although it has to be said that after a few years of treatment, the cancer usually comes back. So much more research has been done and more targets need to be found. Now what we can do is because we have adjacent slices, we can in 3 dimensions now reconstruct the molecular contents of this tumor. And so we did this here for the tumor core, what we discovered to be the tumor surface. And now you can see if this makes sense. And if you snag these 3-dimensional things into each other, you can see really the surface is a surface and the core is a core. And you can now really do three-dimensional molecular anatomy of a tumor. This has the advantage, if you just do a slice, you don't know the shape of the often ugly tumor. You don't know where in the tumor you are. If you are able to do this kind of analysis, you can actually see that in the middle of the tumor, in this funnel connecting the two larger parts, there's actually the EMT transition, which for cancer biologists is an essential transition driving the transition from more normal cells into infiltrating cells where the cancer is most active. I don't have the time to go into more about this, but just to say that we can now systematically quantify the signal transduction pathways which are driving this tumor. For example, here I'm only showing the immune inhibitory pathways such as a PD-L1, but all the others. And what you can see is the one that is being targeted in the clinics is here. It's not particularly significant here. It's there, but not the most abundant ones. If you look at where T cells are active talking to the cancer, but there are others which seem to be much more interesting as targets or maybe in combinations. And so you can visualize this. So that's now, because we know the spatial proximity of tumor and immune cells, we can now actually really see these interactions in space happening. And you can see that this case, the galectin-9 axis is much more active. So this is maybe how to predict really personalized drug targets. So I think the power of this approach is you get much more refined information about the pathology. The pathology data are just much richer, okay? At the same time, because these are molecular data, you gain insights, you can make predictions about new drug targets. Okay, so it's not only classifying better, it's also giving you the power to help with giving recommendations to the doctor. I would also like to say, I forgot this in saying, that there's now what is happening in the field is that, of course, these H&D data are also very rich. They're very complex. And what is actually possible is to machine learn what kind of molecular data that you get from this kind of in-depth analysis explain the H&E image. Okay, and this enables you to actually screen thousands of H&E images and finding the ones which correspond to a particular spatial arrangements or tumor type from a patient. So you can start to learn much more about subclasses of tumors, their clinical history or the prognosis or what kind of drugs worked or not. I'm saying this is so important because this is very cheap to do. Okay, so the analysis on the right side is not cheap to do. You can do this for some patients, and you can bring down the cost and so on in the next years. But you can connect this to the H&Es, and you can screen. I don't know how many samples are out there, but you can probably, if you come up with your European way of doing it, it could be absolutely, I think, transformative. So basically, I'm done. I just want to say that in the US, there's a lot of funding in this, and I'm here also to say that I'm hoping that we can align somehow. Also, I want to say that there's a whole community lined up here in Europe, eager to do this. Clinicians, basic scientists, machine learners, companies, actually about 200 institutions and hospitals, so ready to go in this way. And I also want to say, so my summary, so machine learning here is essential not only to screen databases, but already for a single patient. The data I showed you, this three-dimensional reconstruction of a tumor, involves already machine learning because we get, let's say, 1 terabyte of data from a single patient's analysis, okay? So already at this level, machine learning is becoming essential. Then you need, of course, machine learning, as I said, to link and leverage to all the images, not only H&E stainings, but images in general. And by the way, the software that we are now using to work with these spatial data, we are using imaging software that we are adapting to our purposes. So also these communities are being connected, the computational communities. And then I would like to say regarding equal access to two things. And this point is really important to me. So there are, of course, the leading centers. Let's say Stockholm has a very strong center. Then the VIB in Belgium. There are other places, you know them all, where this kind of stuff is happening. But there are also new places, actually funded, thanks heavens, by funds from the European Commission for structurally not so developed countries, for example in Poland, but also in Portugal there's now a new center emerging. But these centers need to be connected, okay? There's really a high need for them to be developed. They can buy machines, they can build buildings, but they of course are dependent on being connected to the science that drives all of this forward. And I would imagine that to connect these European centers, let's say, so that quality controls, the education access is really also for the structurally developing European countries can develop. Also, I would like to say there is much more genetic diversity in Europe than we are maybe aware of. For example, a good example is Portugal, where you have a genetic variety that is really very different from what we have here in Scandinavia or in Germany or in France or in Italy. Okay, that has to do with the history, and we can talk some other time more about it. But this genetic diversity is essential not only to treat these Europeans, but also to learn what kind of diversity is actually there, so that you can analyze data in a truly human way. So that's it. I showed you actually unpublished data, so kind of the latest, at least from my lab, what's happening. But this is, of course, collaborations with many European partners. I would also like to thank the Lifetime community and cancer and patients across Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rajewski. It's really mind-blowing to listen to you. Thanks so much. You will be back in a moment. And I would like to ask Mr. John Ryan to come and join me. Yes, there you are. Nice to see you. Hope you are well today. Yes, you are. Okay. It's our last speaker before we end with the panel discussion. Yeah, I have to say though, you are acting Deputy Director General for Health at the EU Commission, of course, and Director for Public Health as well. And you are going to talk about another initiative called the European Health Data Space, shortened EHDS, correct?
Yep.
I just let you talk about it instead of, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. I picked the short straw, so I'm the last one to speak. But I think it's important maybe to look at a different angle here, and that is the gold standard of the European Union is our capacity and possibility to make legislation. And I want to talk about a boring subject, which is legislation, and what we're doing to prepare ourselves to harmonise the access to health data at the European Union level. As I say, it's the gold standard because everybody, when it's been agreed, will have to do the same thing. So I hope this will give you some hope as scientists that we will have a more level playing field. And it's linked, I think, to the topic of today's conference, which is inequalities. And one way of getting rid of inequalities is actually to address and have a level playing field from a legal point of view at the European Union level. So many of the topics we've been talking about in the cancer plan and also in the research program, the Horizon Europe Cancer Mission, also have aspects related to how data is collected, analysed and used. And this is an obvious point I'm making. But for all parts of the cancer plan, whether it's early detection, whether it's development of new treatments, whether it's development of care, all of these things are somehow linked to having adequate data sets and being able to use that data. And one of the problems we have in Europe, of course, with 27 countries, is the fact that each country has its own approach to how data is collected and handled. And this is particularly significant in relation to health data. We know what we can't do with health data because the GDPR is quite clear. But what we're trying to do at the moment is to actually identify the things which can be done with health data. So it's a positive legislation rather than a negative one, I would say. So the Commission has actually proposed a way around this fragmented, divergent legal administrative frameworks which we have around Europe in relation to health data, and to provide standards, to provide infrastructures for health data in the future. We've done this in the form of a proposal for a European health data space, which is being discussed at the moment in the European Council and the Parliament. Now, this is a tricky legislative proposal. It's a complicated legislative proposal. It basically addresses the possibility for primary use of data and secondary use of data. And secondary use of data is actually the area where researchers come in, developers of pharmaceutical products, treatments, care, and so on. And that is actually where the discussions are the most difficult at the moment, both at the level of the member states and at the level of the European Parliament, because you have different points of view, different perspectives. And we're working very closely with the Swedish Presidency, so I'm very glad this has been put on the agenda today, because the Swedes are actually pushing this, this proposal and this discussion forward. The idea is to provide a strong common legal basis for the collection and the use of health data across the European Union. And of course, even though it's not directed specifically at cancer, it has a very close link to the cancer plan, as I said. So that's why I thought it would be useful to draw this to your attention today. I think it's important that stakeholders like yourselves, whether you're on the research side, whether you're on the patient side, whether you're on the side of pharma, should be aware of these proposals and should be following the discussions and be able to contribute your point of view to these debates. Because once this legal framework has been agreed by the Council and the Parliament, it's going to be there and will then have to be implemented by people in the room here. So I think it's really important that our stakeholder communities on cancer are aware of this and are actively participating in the discussions. Now, the link to pharma is not an accidental reference, because in March the European Union will be proposing, the European Commission will be proposing a reform of our pharmaceutical legislation. Strangely, the pharmaceutical legislation dates from the 1960s. This is very unusual in the European Union, because to find a piece of legislation that goes back that far is really unusual. And of course, it's been played around with over the years, but now there's a fundamental revision of our pharmaceutical legislation which will be coming up. And the link between, of course, the e-health space, the e-health regulations, how data is collected and used, is closely linked to the pharmaceutical regulation, particularly because it has the aim of increasing the access and availability of new treatments. But it's also linked to things like the clinical trials rules and also to the rules on health technology assessment. So everything is linked to everything else. And it's really important, I think, that from the point of view of the Commission, we explain this to people, because very often they only see one part of the problem and not the other parts of the problem. That's why the cancer plan is really important, because it tries to bring together these different aspects relating to pharma policy, research policy, policy on the development of an e-health data space, and also the link to the existing regulations on health technology assessment and clinical trials. I hope I haven't lost everybody in the process, but excuse me, I'm a lawyer. So maybe I go back to something simple, which is the fact that we're already trying to prepare the scene for this potential health data pilot project. And we have set up a project led by the French Health Data Hub. And the idea is to try and create 5 use cases, one of which is focused on cancer, and aimed to link genomic and clinical data to answer a specific research question. So you can see on the 5th slide here the link to genomic signatures characteristic of different types of colorectal cancers. So the idea is really to try and create a biosphere, I would say, involving different partners, including the European Medicines Agency, using actively available health data in a sort of a prelude to a situation where we would have a more clear health data regulation in place in a couple of years' time. Now, we also talked about the cancer imaging initiative, which has great potential as well. That's already been presented. And that also is linked somehow to the rules of the game, the rules which will be available for collection and sharing of health data. So as I said, there are a number of initiatives here, all of which are linked. We also have the project which Professor Riccardi referred to earlier on, which is an output of the cancer mission, the cancer research mission. And this is the UCAN EU project. And it's one of the flagships of the cancer mission, aimed to create a better understanding of the origins and development of cancer. The idea being to federate research data, bringing together cancer care and other data sources beyond health at a level which hasn't been achieved so far. So the level of ambition of this particular project is quite considerable. And it also involves, I would say unusually, the health ministries, the research ministries, as well as the stakeholder community. So we brought in hospitals, research institutes, companies, cancer patient organizations, but also the ministries of health. So they have a buy-in to some extent in the outcomes of the project. So it's unusual from that point of view. And I would mention as well the European Cancer Patient Digital Center, which is being managed by Charité in Berlin. And the idea is to enrich the potential future health data space from the patient perspective. The idea is to allow patients to deposit their own data for their personal use and also for consent-based sharing with healthcare and research professionals and institutions, to allow patients to access information on diseases, treatments and care options. The issue of psychological support is also there. And to receive information and tools to participate in clinical trials. We've also had a lot of contacts with young cancer survivors, youth cancer survivors over the last few months, and they have underlined the importance of, for young people, of having access to information regarding their treatment, follow-up and care. And we have a meeting coming up at the beginning of February with young cancer survivors as well, of which there are more and more, happily. Just to mention the European Cancer Information System as well, which is, of course, also based on the possibility of being able to collect and access data. This is being managed by the European Commission Joint Research Centre. And the idea is to permit the exploitation or the use of registry data and other data on cancer across Europe. Of course, it's being developed closely with the EARC. And all of this information, we hope, will be a prelude to a better availability and use of cancer data at the European Union level as soon as we have the appropriate legislative tools. Whether it will be adopted now before the Spanish presidency, I don't know, but at least the discussions are continuing quite actively. So that was my brief presentation to you this afternoon, and I hope to be able to come back maybe next year and say a little bit more about where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ryan. And of course, you can even stay for a moment because you're going to take part of the panel discussion. And we'll ask the other panelists to please join us on stage. so we can continue. I'm actually waiting, yes, because we are going to have, as usual, as we did earlier today, we will have a stakeholder that is invited to put a question that is, the stakeholder is actually Nikolina Dodlek. I think, here we can see you all. Hi, Executive Board Member at the European Oncology Nursing Society. And I haven't yet introduced or reintroduced our panel speakers, so just wait a second. I'll just remember who they are. It's Professor Rajewski, and it's Associated Professor Nina Linder, and Professor Capoluongo, and Mr. Ryan as well. So, Nina Dodlek, what is your question for the panelists today?
Good afternoon, everybody. I would firstly like to thank again for a kind invitation, as today I'm representing the European Oncology Nursing Society and Cancer Nurses. It's been, we are delighted to participate to this important event and listening to all these presentations, researches, and projects on digital technology. I was wondering how could we actually cultivate not only for oncology nurses, but for all healthcare professionals, the positive environment to show the importance of the data and research and the digital technology in everyday cancer care to provide the highest possible quality of the care and outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. I just need to ask you, are you concerned about what you are learning when you are actually at nursing school? I mean, don't you get enough education on these matters? Is that a problem?
No, actually, more would be a problem of shortage of healthcare professionals, and education at the later stage, the importance of research to point out, but also the shortage.
Yes, okay, thanks. So, who would like to answer Nikolina Dodlek?
Yes, on issues relating to shortage of healthcare workers, I'm not saying that digital health is going to be a solution. Yeah, I think it's part of the solution. But, for example, the cancer plan also includes a component relating to interspeciality training, which the Commission is funding, because in many cases, if you look at the silo effect of organising cancer training at national level, some countries do it very well and some countries can't do it very well. For example, if you look at the Mediterranean island member states, or if you look at my home country, the capacity to generate healthcare workers is very much limited physically, or even the capacity to actually step up the training. So this is why having a European curriculum, without harmonizing everything, of course, but to try and pick certain specialities which can be stepped up through European level training, I think is a way forward.
Yeah, Mr. Rajewski, you have something to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the developments are so rapid, and the impact of the of digital data to clinical reality is so massive that I think it is very important that also the hospitals locally offer time for their employees to get training. And this is actually not trivial, because during that time they don't have the employees really working full-time in the clinics. So I think there also needs to be a good dialogue between the national countries. Actually, the hospitals are often paid by the local countries. And so to communicate this, discuss it with the European ideas, I think is a complex task that should be part of the discussion.
Yeah, that's good. Now we put it on the map as well. Nicolin, is there anybody? Yes, Mr.
Yeah, so just to put another thing on the map, I think the question, the observations and the discussion so far, it is obviously that the fact that technology will certainly change practices, right? So if it changes practices, and because of the technology, then the way in which we equip the workforce has to change. So, say, digital health skills per se will not be acquired like this. So we need to have this element into the definitions of the curriculum at all levels of the medical, if you want, sphere. Because if you have an organizational barrier to adoption, then you can come up with beautiful technological solutions, but then if the organizational settings are not ready to integrate that technology because of the skills of the workforce, so it becomes a capacity problem, then we have an issue. So, and these things, they have to be done all together.
Very good. Nicolina, are you satisfied with the answers? Yes? Do you feel that you can go ahead now?
Thank you very much.
Yes,
thank you all the panelists for very important informations and the answers provided.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank to you that you participated here today. Thanks. Okay, we'll continue with the last panel discussion. Did I introduce you correctly, Mr. Marcella?
Yes, you did.
Thank you. I was a little bit, it's late in the day. Anyway, I just wanted to go back to the introduction of Professor Martling. When she introduced today's topic, there was a question about at the end of the introduction. Do you remember it? Maybe. I just, I'll tell you. Given all, there is to be done for maximizing data, creating access to data, and prepare health sectors with the right skills, it's a little bit like what Nicolina was talking about. The question asked was, are we ready for it? Oh, no. They're saying no. So, okay, let's talk about that. What is needed to be ready?
Well, I think we were talking earlier on about priorities, and I think the European Commission, when it came into the current European Commission, when it came along, it selected cancer as being one of its flagship priorities, but it also selected digital health as being a flagship priority. One of the speakers earlier on was talking about the tempest of COVID. Was it Professor Costa? I don't remember.
I think so.
But basically, the ship has been blown off course. We're trying to keep the direction. I think with the cancer plan, we managed to keep the direction. But it's for sure that some of the other things like digital health may have been put on the long finger, as we say in English.
Yes.
So I think it's really important that the legislative proposal we made to fix common rules on e-health at European Union level brings us to a different level completely, because we will be moving away from 3-year projects into a legislative framework for the use of health data. That is a major development, because we've been funding e-health projects for I don't know how many years, but for a long time. And as I say, it's really a fundamental building block in the European Union, in the European Health Union. It's linked to the pharma policy, it's linked to clinical trials, it's linked to so many things that it's really important that we have these ground rules.
Yeah, so you mean, to be clear, if the legislation isn't in place, we are going to be stuck where we are?
I mean that we have the possibility through this legislation to really make a big step forward. So we may not be ready today, but I think we may be ready tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow. It's Thursday, the 2nd of February. Good. Okay, Nina.
I just wanted to comment on this entity of data. So as a medical doctor and working a lot, I have previously worked a lot with patient data. And so I think we need to try to a little bit think in the matters of how we divide the data into different silos. I think the kind of data that we are working on is so different and so composed of so many different kinds of data that we cannot work like this. I do think we need to think about what different kinds of data comes out of this whole enormous data, ocean of data in Europe we have. So I don't think we can go forward with just thinking about data as data. We need to specify what kind of data we're working with, and then to try to go to the implementations through these kinds of matters, yeah.
Mr. Marcelo, were you first, or because Mr. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I just want to say, who knows if we are ready or not, but I think we can discuss how to make sure that we get ready.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think in this regard, what is clearly happening, that the silo thinking and the silos in institutions, they need to be broken up. I can tell you, I mean, okay, let's talk about the difficulties to collaborate between different European states with all their GDPR interpretations. And so that's, what you are facing is an unbelievably complicated task, super important. But I can already tell you that very often in a European country, it is very difficult for the hospital to say, to really collaborate, educate with the research institutions, the other, the machine learners, and so on. So I think one should invest into programs, into ideas, into people who are trying to bring this together.
Yeah, when I was talking to you, and I've been talking to all of you before we had this conference, and a lot of you were talking about how the silos, you all are mentioning the silos and the need of more collaboration. We use this word at the beginning, and for me it's well, maybe I'm very naive and I don't understand everything, of course, but how is that still a problem? Yeah.
Well, I can give you two examples. So the first one, it is about genomics. You know that genomics is one of the most sensitive, is the überall sensitive health data. So everything that is dealing with access to genomic data is very complex from different angles. So there are 24 now member states and experts that are working together to create a platform that gives access to 1 million genomes. It took us 4 years to get where we are. And the reason why it took 4 years is because it's not just a technological problem. It is a legal, it is an ethical, it is an organizational, and it's a technological project. Now, if you want to get things right, these things cannot come post-mortem. So they have to be born at the very beginning. So you need to discuss the ethical implications of technologies when you design the technology, and privacy when you design the privacy. And I have also another example. The message is that those who actually do not learn from a defeat, then they probably deserve another one. So when we went into COVID, at the very beginning, we all realized we don't have the data, we don't have access to data, you see?
Yeah.
So there is a very strong parallel with what we hear today. Now, we are full of bright and beautiful ideas, and we are also very good in developing the new technological solutions. So, for instance, when there was no kit to do the diagnosis of COVID, you remember that at the very beginning, in the urgencies, there was these beautiful tools that had to analyze scans, CT scans, right? And only because there was this bilateral interstitial pneumonia, this is a COVID, right? So we went immediately into AI applications for doing exactly that scan, reducing the analysis to 90 seconds. And we developed that technological solutions and we offered to hospitals, no? And the answer was, but what are the liabilities attached to it? And by the way, what does this mean, even if it is for free? So my point is that this story of the organizational challenges and hurdles should not be an afterthought. So that's why it's important that we do get it right from a legislative point of view, but also from the ethical and organizational point of view.
Okay. You wanted to add something?
Well, you just stole what I was going to say, in fact, but that's proof that we work together.
But let's talk. Yes,
I was going to say that COVID has actually shown that things can be done when you need to have them done.
Exactly.
The legislative solutions were found. The operational solutions were found. Nobody would ever have dreamt that we would have had a digital COVID pass in such a short time.
Exactly.
Contact tracing apps, the whole lot, So I think the challenge would really be to find these types of solutions in a disease area like cancer within a similar time frame and not in 20 years. So, I mean, as John Monnet said, Europe is built on crisis. I don't know if we're going to have a crisis in cancer data, but I think the legislation which we have will give us a very good foundation and allow us to move forward.
Yes, you want to add something, but then I would like to talk about the skills needed, the qualified personnel in healthcare.
I agree with everything you said. I just wanted to make the small comment that actually the vaccines were possible because of basic research done 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one should really not forget this.
So the work actually started a long time ago.
Very long time
yes,
ago.
Of course.
20 years of basic research.
You're right.
People struggling for that.
40 years maybe.
Maybe. Well, I mean, you can always go, but the specific. Okay.
20 or 40
long
years,
time.
a long time ago, many decades ago. So let's talk a little bit about the skills needed. I think we've been talking about that. In the introduction, actually, were to be prepared. We have a need of whatever, a lot of different. The mathematicians, and I don't know what we need to have in place. How are we going to, be prepared so we have these people? Who is going to take the responsibility to have them actually, ready to get to work?
You're looking at me.
I'm looking at you because you're the one looking at me. The other one, I don't know. Maybe I don't see too well.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer, but
please answer it. If you, how are we going to find all these highly skilled people?
Well, that's really a problem because a lot of the highly skilled people are currently going in masses to companies, to technology companies, because they pay, let's say, 5 times what they get in academia, if not more, and so on. Also, these technology companies, they think that with their technology, they can actually directly tap into medical data and develop the next IP on treatments, diagnosis, and so on, without caring about any kind of programs or funding decisions or this or that. They think they're much faster. They have enormous amount of money in their back, and they're so popular that the young talents currently flock to them.
Okay.
I think this is really something that needs to be addressed. In academia, we can still have, we can say, academic freedom. That's a big thing, and if you love it, then this is something that you cannot. Money is something else, okay? But it's really a fundamental problem. And I think if we don't want to kind of dry out in the talents that we all want to hire in our various programs and ideas, then this must be addressed.
But I think that at the end of the day, it's not enough that you are like a technician who knows how to create algorithms. You know what you need to know. You need to have the translational aspect. You need to know what they are done for. You need to have the end user also knowing what should be done for this patient, for this diagnostics, for this care. So it's not going to be, it's going to be a dead end only to do this through companies who just want to do quick algorithms. It's not going to, at the end of the day.
They're creating institutes where they do experiments.
Yeah, but they are not, the algorithms are not still, they are not implemented in the clinics. Okay. Why? Because they are maybe not that good.
Yeah, but we still have to have these qualities, this highly qualified personnel. I mean, wherever they are.
They
so
need
who
to
is
work
going
together.
Yeah, okay. So where
not
are...
in silos.
Not in silos. There they are again. I don't know. We're going to live in silos at the end of the day. And who is going to take the responsibility to, for this competence supply? Yes?
The organisation delivery of healthcare is a national responsibility.
So policymakers?
It's with the member states. The member states have the responsibility for organising their healthcare, and that's a rule which is actually in the European Treaty. And everything I said is more or less an exception to the rule because it's linked to the internal market in some ways. So, internal market in pharmaceuticals, internal market in data. So that's, from a legal point of view, that's the perspective. But I would say from an economic point of view, the big challenge in the coming years will be an aging population, the tsunami of non-communicable diseases, because communicable diseases, which we were talking about, are really minuscule compared with the burden of non-communicable disease, including cancer, multimorbidity. So the real challenge is really the elephant in the room, which is, how is all this going to be financed? And the availability of a health workforce is one aspect, but also how do you pay for this increasing demand? Right. Demand for increased, longer living people requiring more care over a longer period. That's a different conference, I would say.
Yeah, that's a bit okay. Yeah, but there is another issue that Professor Martling was talking about. It's how we use data. I mean, how do we ensure that the systems we use to process data in a way that that the findings are representative? Now you're waking up, I think, again. How are we going to ensure this? That there will be an equal value to all patient groups. You understand the question? I hope.
I do. I think we all understand the question.
Yeah, very good. Nice. How is this going to work, since this is a conference?
I think we need to set QCs, quality controls and standards by linking throughout Europe. I think, to me, that's a European task. To do by linking the European countries together.
Yeah, then again, we are there with the silos. We need to collaborate to work together.
You cannot set, one center, one disease. The diseases are everywhere, so you have to share the data, and you have to try to be able to compare the data. That is already often very difficult. One hospital takes notes in a certain way, and a different hospital is done in a totally different way. How to even compare this is already complicated. So this needs to be streamlined. I think what we heard about the, let's say, federated data space is exactly trying to at least open the possibility for this.
So, if I may, on this, certainly, so there are two blocks of actions there. So, first of all, there has to be awareness that the data and the quality has to have certain characteristics to get as an output a medical device that can be actionable or that can be rendered integrated into standard of care. That's already an element. So we have to agree. So we have to agree on what it means to have an AI that is unbiased, right? Once we have agreed, and that is the work that is going on, for instance, on the Artificial Intelligence Act. But once you have that, then you have to have the pool of data that will allow you to train an AI with unbiased data. And that's why this digital infrastructure that do open up to data are so important. Now, to put the link together, you need the collaboration. And you need to have an agreed vocabulary. And you need to have also a very clear way of accessing the data in such a way that we don't misunderstand each other when we access that data. And so I go back to John's point, so that the European health data space, it is a Copernican revolution exactly for that reason, because you will have a book that it will be the same everywhere to open up the data.
Yes, and that's very nice. I mean, it's ambitious, but where are we on this journey?
Well, I'd like to quote two examples maybe to make things a bit more real or more concrete. So first of all, you had the cancer registries, which were really, like cancer screening, in fact, were very regional at the beginning. They were coordinated by the international agency in Lyon and supported financially over many years by the European Union. This work is now being focused in the actual commission itself in our joint research centre. And the work which we're doing with EARC is really to try and improve the data quality standards and then to try and use the data more actively, for example, to drive investment into certain types of prevention or treatment. So the move towards using data and collecting data in a more uniform way across Europe in the cancer registry system is something which is going on for cancer. It's also going on for rare cancers, because we have a specific registry on rare diseases. That's one example. Another example would be the pharmaceutical legislation, where the European Medicines Agency, when it's approving a new pharmaceutical product, requires certain data sets in order to be able to analyze and approve the product eventually. One of the changes that will take place there is this new possibility in the new regulation to better exploit personal data for secondary use. So that has a clear link between the new legislation and the application of the pharmaceutical legislation. And that could mean, for example, that the data would be available more quickly in order to be able to make a judgment on whether the new pharmaceutical product had an added value or not, was more effective than previously. So, as I said at the beginning, everything is linked to everything else.
Yes.
So, the application of the legislation is really important to get the outcomes that you need in terms of better data and better treatment.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand. And what about I just want to address also the ethical issue. I think you mentioned it. A few of you mentioned it. How do you think I mean everybody, how can people that don't want their data to be used in, there are worries about how data is going to be used. Is there a way to persuade them to, it's going to be okay, it's you don't have to worry?
It's one of the topics that's being discussed in this new regulation on health data.
Yes.
The only comment I would make at this stage, because it's still being discussed, is that the perspective of the people in this room is completely different from the perspective of people in the street. Of course.
Yes, exactly.
And there's a certain kickback following COVID against public health measures. I think it will really need to be treated with kid gloves in order to avoid that people pick this up the wrong way and get the impression that their data is being reused without their consent. So that's a key part of the proposal for me, to make sure that people's data is guaranteed and that we don't find ourselves in a situation where... So that's a legal question.
That's, again, a legal question. Yes, Mr. Marcella?
If there is no trust from the citizen side, and also the healthcare professionals, on sharing data, this will have no effect. The regulatory environment has to be very solid, and in Europe we do have already regulatory frameworks that do guarantee what you need to create trust around data sharing. And you need to have a clear framework for what you can do and what you cannot do with the data, but you also need a very clear and solid framework for the cybersecurity of it. So it's not just about privacy, but it's also about security.
Yeah.
And the two things, they go hand in hand. Now, the joining the dots exercise from the Commission side is exactly to make this piece of regulations working together for not losing the trust of citizens. Otherwise, you can forget about primary, and everyone is a citizen, but it's different when you are a patient. But you don't need to be a patient to share your data. No, you can stick to the role of citizen.
Yes, okay. Can you answer shortly? Because I have to
I
put
just
the last
want to
question.
say we had all these fantastic statements from patient organizations and patients here during this meeting. I think it is essential for building trust and communication that they are part of this process.
Yes, okay. That's really important as well. Just the last question, to summarize a little bit. Do you have any suggestion, maybe even prioritize, on how to ensure that all EU member states and, of course, its inhabitants have access to the development made within data-driven data care? We haven't been speaking of all of them.
I think one of the objectives, the big objective of the cancer plan, the European Union cancer plan, and the thing that makes it unusual is its commitment to getting rid of inequalities, which is the topic of the conference.
But
and that will be really important when we're implementing these projects, that it doesn't make the situation in some member states better while the others sit at the bottom. So we're really trying to target through our inequalities registry the differences in access to care and the quality of care in different member states so that we can focus on the ones which really need help. I'm not saying we're going to ignore the ones at the top of the class, but really there is a focus on countries who are perhaps less well off than the Swedish example, which we all admire, of course.
Yeah, I think, I understand, but it's still, we are still, these are words, and I'm looking for what are the actions. I know we don't have one.
I have one.
Yes, okay.
Swift adoption of the European data space regulation.
Okay.
That gives you an equal playing field, in fact.
Do you want to add something on that?
I just want to say the reality is currently that if you have a cancer that is, for example, not really treatable, okay, then if you're rich and you have the education, then what you do is you buy yourself access to databases where the latest clinical cohorts are all listed. You call up all the experts, you pay them, and you may have a chance to make, get treatment that is actually totally out of reach for somebody else. And I just want to mention this. This is also a reality. We talked about equity and so on. I don't know how to solve this problem, but I think there's something flawed about this.
Okay, yeah, I understand. It's a reality as well.
We have only 2 minutes left. That would require much more discussion to really go into this.
I'm aware of that. I think everybody is aware of that. Would you like to add something?
Well, when it comes to automated diagnostics and so, I think we need to focus on something and just make it happen now. Because if we just look at this process will take 10 years before we can implement this. This is my concern.
Okay.
So I hope we could just look at some small part of our healthcare throughout Europe and implement that AI now and not tomorrow.
Would you like to end? I mean, it seems
things can happen quickly when they need to happen quickly.
Yeah, okay.
That's the only message of hope I would give you. Okay. I saw it with COVID, so if there was some magic button I could press, I would press it. But I mean, these things take time as well. I think there's a process of working together at the European Union level which gives me hope that we can advance.
That's very good, and I wish you good luck and nice to have hopes. Thank you so much for contributing here today to this discussion as well. Thank you so much.
All right.
And as promised before, we will go back to Robert Holton, he has been monitoring the social media. You are with us, I know, I can see you. Not everybody, now everybody can see you. So tell us, what is cooking out there, if it's cooking at all?
Well, good evening, Nedma, and everyone. We're coming to the end of today's conference, but the exchanges on social media and on Slido continue. The vast majority of users have noted the importance of the topics raised here in Sweden today and appreciated the opportunity to follow and engage online. People also welcomed the fact that speakers were both informative and inspiring, and this was a real point made throughout the day. Elsewhere, some of the cancer testimonials we heard this morning were well received on Twitter and beyond, like the one from Anna, which generated a huge and moving response on Instagram this afternoon. Thank you to all who contributed to the lively online discourse around today's conference. We had more than 100 people joining us remotely, which was great. For those asking, we will upload presentations and some photos from the conference on our event webpage and a flash report which will follow soon. So please do stay tuned. Now, some of you may not have had the chance to share your thoughts on social media today yet. However, if and when you do, please remember to use the hashtag EU Cancer Plan. That's hashtag EU Cancer Plan. And I know I may sound like a broken record, but it's important to use it, and we'll keep track of all your comments. And
We are almost at the end of the conference. Let's take a few minutes with the trio representing different EU presidencies. And you know who you are. Please join me on stage. And I really don't want to be so much away from you, so I don't know. I'm going to close in here so I can see you. Yes, it's so nice to have you here. It's going to take a few minutes, but please stay with us this moment. So I say bienvenue, Madame Christine Berling, Head of International and European Affairs at the Directorate for Health, Ministry of Health and Prevention in France, of course. And welcome also all the way also to you. Now I'm mixing languages here. I'm talking Swedish suddenly. Andrei Majek, welcome. And now I have to take a breath. Yes, because you are the scientific lead of National Screening Center at the Institute of Health Information and Statistics of the Czech Republic. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
And welcome Cecilia Halle as well, representing Sweden as Head of Division at Public Health and Healthcare Division at the Ministry of Health and Social Affairs. And I would start with you, Miss Christine Berling. 1 year ago, your country was in charge of the EU presidency. What would you like to point out as maybe something very remarkable or important as an achievement during your presidency?
Yes.
With the cancer plan.
Yes, of course,
yeah.
and in linked with this meeting, because there's been a lot of happening during a presidency, and you will see, because you're starting yours. So first of all, thank you very much. It's an opportunity for me just to go back. Yes, a year ago, and it's quite presidency is very challenging. So just to come back very quickly to this meeting, what we have organized was a ministerial meeting in cancer control. And it was an opportunity for the trio presidency to get a message from the minister. So a commitment at this minister level, to act on cancer control. And this is important. But it was also an opportunity for us, to gather 150 scientists, stakeholders, various, people, and have them reflecting on what their priority. And it comes out with 32 concrete, new initiatives and proposals. And those, proposals were around the 5 flagship areas. So, of course, we have the Beating Cancer plan at European levels, and we've seen there's a lot going on, and thanks to this enormous funding that we are now at hand. So it's very important. But it was interesting to see that pediatric cancer with poor prognosis, cancer prevention, cancer and employment, and you have, discussed all this.
Yes.
This right to be forgotten as well, etc. And international cooperation were put on the table, and of course with disparities, inequities, a transversal endeavor. So had to look back and in those proposals, and I just put on the table 4 of those proposals, and maybe we need to develop them a bit further. One of the proposals was just to facilitate access to clinical trials, and especially for children, and we all believe that it would make a difference in terms of disparities and inequities. Access to innovative therapies, and it has been discussed, that large. So, but especially for the cancer in bad prognosis, because I think this is key if we want to lower the mortality. Building on what we already doing in Europe, and for example, the European Reference Network. There's some European Reference Network for rare cancer, pediatric cancer in particular, and this is very important just to build on what is being done and developed. And creating a European cancer dashboard to monitor and report on the inequalities at the root level, and this is challenging. And I was really pleased, to hear Commissioner Kyriakides this morning talking about the European Cancer Inequalities Registry. It's a key tool. But then the proposal from the French presidency was really to develop some specific indicators, I mean, aggregating some of the data which would really reflect inequalities. I just to finish, I mean, since the French presidency, we've seen a lot, I mean, moving, and we are currently building, I mean, this joint action on 75 million, and it addresses, I mean, the health determinant across, I mean, the cancer and NCDs, and it's really a big, I mean, joint action that we're working on with a lot of pilots, I mean, proposal, and one specific work package will address these inequalities, and there's a lot inside. And we're really working hard on it. So I just wanted to point out that there's many things happening.
Yes, of course, of course. Thank you for sharing. And Dr. Andrej Macek, you will take over. No, I mean you took over after France, and you had the presidency before Sweden. You started also with a conference, a little bit like this one.
That's true.
Similar to this one. What were you aiming? Did you have any special aim or that you wanted to?
I mean, with the conference or with
no,
the presidency?
not only with the conference, with the presidency.
No, really, with the presidency, our key priority was also cancer, and I probably need to start with the EU Council recommendation on cancer screening, because that was really for us quite a big thing and a big priority to finish this file within our term. And I'm very glad that actually happened, and the recommendation was adopted in December last year. And it wasn't always so straightforward, but I think eventually we have a very good compromise, and that takes into account both the new scientific developments, but also concerns of some member states regarding their resources for healthcare, but also about the readiness or some open questions regarding real-life effectiveness and cost effectiveness. And I think it wouldn't be possible without a great collaboration with the Commission, with Council, with all the member states. And the result is that now in the EU recommended population-based screening programs are breast, colorectal, and cervical, with state-of-art technologies and with some accents for possible personalization in future. Yes. But also we have this recommendation to also pilot those new screening programs, and those are lung, this is prostate, and also gastric cancer where appropriate. And people often ask, well, is that mandatory for member states? And of course the answer is, well, as John already mentioned, no, it's not mandatory, because it's competence of member states to do that. But I think it's a very important stimulus on one hand to Commission to really do in-depth analysis of and in-depth reviews of those screenings, really so that we have like the finished evidence base for that, and also some standards how to provide that, and also to finance some project that could help us to fill those gaps in evidence. But it's also quite a good stimulus to member states to like make inventory of what they are doing in this aspect and where they can do better.
Yeah, so it seems as the discussions are very open. I mean, you are talking about the struggles as well. Yeah. So, yeah, you seem happy. Of course. Cecilia Halle, during the presidency now, what are Sweden's plan for ensuring innovative, excellent and equal cancer care in Europe?
Yes, it's not. It's a very high ambition, but
it's
the title of our conference.
Yes, yes.
But let me first thank our trio partners for their excellent work during their presidencies, and I would like to mention the creation of the working groups on cancer that the French presidency set up, and of course the screening recommendations from that you worked with under your Czech presidency. It was an excellent job, and we are happy to take over the ambition. And let me say also that we appreciated the close cooperation during this time. So And also I wanted to add that the working groups that you initiated, they will also be gathering in Sweden later this spring. So we are happy to continue this process. It's very important. And I don't know if it's necessary to say after this day, but I do it anyway, that cancer is, of course, of a very high priority for the Swedish government, as you all know. And to give you just an example of what we are doing for the moment with our government in Sweden in the area of cancer, just a couple of weeks ago, the Swedish government decided to go into an agreement with the regions. We also have a very decentralized system in Sweden. We have 21 regions that are responsible for healthcare and cancer care, of course. And one of these agreements was to accelerate the work against cancer and to improve cancer care, to make it more accessible, to make it more equal, and to strengthen access to new technologies, among other things. So it's an important agreement. And another agreement that is as important is to strengthen the primary healthcare system in Sweden. As we all know and heard today from the patients, not least, is that early detection is key to a successful cancer treatment. And of course, our primary healthcare system is central in this aspect, but also for the whole life cycle in cancer care.
But what are you going to do? I mean...
but this is national politics. This is an agreement between the Swedish government and the regions. What will happen during this year, 2023? But I wanted to also say something about the Swedish priorities during our EU presidency that relates to cancer. So apart from this conference and the process around cancer care this spring, there are two more points I would like to make, and one is life science. And I think this day really underlined the importance of the life science sector. We see that new possibilities are opening up, and that is thanks to advances in technology and access to data. And these developments are, they are posing enormous opportunities, but they are also great challenges to all our societies. And the challenges are as many as the opportunities, I think. But anyway, we have to follow and push for these developments. But I would just like to mention that the questions like, how do we use these data and these technologies, and how do we use them to make cancer care even more equal and not the opposite? Because there are rapid developments and socioeconomic differences, and who will access the data? And when talking about data, Sweden is really appreciating and are really, giving high priority to the ongoing negotiations on the European Health Data Space Initiative. So it's really timely for us, and it gives us a push in Sweden to work further, also on a national level. The last thing I wanted to mention is access to pharmaceuticals. Securing access to pharmaceuticals will be on the topic, on the agenda of the informal ministerial meeting in Sweden later this spring. And securing access to pharmaceuticals is, of course, key to an efficient cancer care.
Okay, I just, since you are here today, I just, let's ask you what you think is very important to be prioritized in order to get this equity in I know it's a big question, but maybe you have heard something today, or you have an idea of what you would like to promote forward?
What is very important actually is just whenever you launch a new initiative, you just make sure that you don't increase, the inequalities. And sometimes you say, this is a brilliant initiative, but then, it enlarges disparities. So this is, I think, the ministry job every time, just to go through, the various and target the right population. So it's really reaching to the most needed population, etc., with the right technology, the right innovation. And but it's a never-ending job, actually. So it's a vigilance. But there's many things going on. So we are just positive.
So, and what do you say, Dr. Andrei Majek?
Well, if I come back to the screening, I think it is very important that this organization of screening is taken seriously, because we know from long-term knowledge that actually badly organized screening can actually contribute to increasing the disparities. So it is really vital to have clear rules and have good data, including, for example, the inequalities registry that was mentioned, to really aim further efforts to organize the screening better and to increase its accessibility to the target population.
Yeah.
But it goes with health literacy, actually, and this is
Yeah,
another challenge, just to make sure that the people understand, and we understood, I mean, how complex it is, I mean, breast cancer screening.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so
that is a great point. Yeah.
Yeah.
But but it was as was already mentioned that healthy choice should be easy choice. So it needs to go hand in hand, this increasing health literacy, but also improving the policies so they are better accessible to everyone.
There sure are a lot of challenges ahead. One last question, Cecilia Halle. What do you think would be, do you have any, do you see any important action forward regarding the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan? Or are you referring to what you have said before?
Oh, there will be a lot of things going on that will help to implement the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and to support its further process. But I think one important thing is the evident thing is to keep cancer on top of our agendas and to keep the commitment alive at the ministries, at the agencies, in the healthcare system. It's you don't have a choice, but from a political point of view and from the national administrations, I think it's very important to keep this on the agenda. And I wanted also to say that one thing that I think was evident today is the importance of sharing knowledge between countries in Europe.
Yes.
And I think the imaging initiative that we heard about from the Commission is absolutely amazing, so inspiring and fascinating. I think you are ahead of our national policies, so it's very inspiring and very important, and it to connect us, countries and hospitals and all our registries in a federated way, or how it will work, but that will be very important. And talking about this, I also wanted to say that we are inviting all the EU countries to a life science conference in June. So I think many of these topics here today that we are talking about will be possible to go into depth with at this conference. It's a 2-day conference in Stockholm in June. So I hope some of you will be able to come.
Do you have a save the date already, maybe? You say June?
I don't know.
No, you don't know. Okay.
You have to ask my...
June, sometimes in June, anyway.
Yeah, And June is much nicer than January. February.
It depends on what you like. You know, 50 Shades of Grey might be very interesting also.
Yeah, but
okay. Do you want to add anything?
No. If it's my last words, I would like, as a part of the host, I would like to thank you all for coming here today. I think it was a fantastic day, and I'm glad to see that so many of you are still here, though it's late in the afternoon. And I would like to wish you all a safe trip home. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to the presidency.
And same from me, I say thank you so much for staying here today, for contributing to the discussions. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to those who are watching us by link remotely. And there was so many dedicated people. So I wish you good luck in in whatever you're going to do with the Beating Cancer Plan or in healthcare. And thank you to the co-moderator as well, Professor Martling, thank you, and everybody else as well. So safe travels, take care, bye-bye.